You wait, let me mute myself. Let me listen to you.
Tell us what Elijah Muhammad went to jail for.
The major players in the nation of Islam was criminal.
I'm asking you a question. Stop fucking dancing, my nigga. When did Elijah Muhammad go to jail for?
Fred Muhammad went to jail for scamming. She just mentioned that he was in jail arrested by the police. Malcolm X went to jail.
That's not why he went to jail, son. Yo,
okay,
son.
All right.
Wait a minute. Yo, son. Listen, bro. Listen. Anytime you say some shit to me, I don't care what it's about. If it's outlandish, I need to see the source for this shit, bro. You just said
Are you denying that the Nation of Islam is the original Black Lives Matter organization?
No, it's not, because you got to prove it.
All right. How is it not? How is it not?
I'm sharing my screen right now.
What has it done for the community?
I'm going to show you right now. Shut your mouth. I'm going to do what you don't do. Shut your mouth. You don't like this. You like to run your mouth. I'm not here to do that with you. We was having a nice conversation.
I hope you show the peanut farm. I hope you show the peanut farm.
Yo, man, mute your mic, bro.
Show the peanut farm. When you show it,
mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic. This is the Nation of Islam. Remember what you said. Your words that we can't. Now I want everybody to pay attention. You can't find nothing from the Black Lives Matter in your community. You can't find a grocery store. You can't find a cleaners. You can't find an employment industry. You can't find a nursing home. You can't find nothing. All you see on the ground is fucking Black Lives Matter posted across your fucking wall. You can't see nothing. Now, your words is that this group is the original Black Lives Matter. Now, this is the Nation of Islam program. We're spanning from 1934 to 1975. Why does it stop at 1975? Because Elijah died and his son took over and basically broke up all of the businesses and turned the shit to some Sunni and some other shit. That's why the shit fell, or that economic plan. That's done now. So now we're going to get to them. Let's scroll down here. We're going to scroll down here.
Stop, because you can't run too far.
Yo, man, stop talking, bro. Yo, bro,
no,
chill,
because
man.
what you doing,
stop
what you just did, we're not
stop interrupting me, brother. Stop interrupting me.
No.
Stop
you want
interrupting
to
me.
ramble on.
Yo, bro, stop interrupting me, bro. Why you can't control yourself? I gave you,
Elijah business is fair when his son took over.
All you gotta do is
the Nation of Islam business.
Yo, man, stop talking,
Elijah business is fair when he took over.
Yo, man, why you keep talking shit,
Were these businesses Elijah businesses or the initial businesses?
Bro, like,
was these businesses Elijah businesses or the nation?
No, it wasn't, bro. Source it up.
Whose business it was?
You got. Yo, stop talking, bro.
Was it Elijah business? Answer the question.
I'm gonna be quiet, man.
To Elijah? Did those businesses belong to Elijah?
I'm gonna be quiet,
man. They belong to the nation.
They belong to the nation,
business. They did not belong to the
nation.
Yo,
man, can I read my source? Can I read my source? You're fucking acting like a savage, bro. The 3-year economic plan, the MOI members who could afford to do so to pledge 1/10 or 1/3 of their income to economic development. Members were also required to patronize NOI-owned businesses or to open their own economic enterprise, which would be advertised in the paper. With the peak of membership of 70,000 by the early 1960s, the NOI's 3-year economic plan used the collective savings of the members to expand and concentrate Black capital to develop both organization-owned and individual member-owned businesses. These businesses in turn promoted the NOI's goal of an independent, self-contained, and Black-controlled economy. In Chicago alone, the NOI organized 15 different businesses, including Your Supermarket, Shabazz Grocery, Chicago Land Packers, Shabazz Bakery, Good Food, Shabazz Restaurant, and Salam Restaurant, Shabazz Barbershop, and Clothing Factory. Across the U.S., NOI businesses by the 1970s included grocery stores, dress shops, dry cleaners, bakeries, and restaurants that provided food, cooked meals, and clothing to both Muslims and non-Muslims at affordable prices. Let's go down, and I'm done right after this. NOI businesses also offered a variety of employment opportunities for inner city residents, including serving as managers, clerks, secretaries, bakers, cooks, butchers, waiters, accountants, mathematicians, technicians, plumbers, and carpenters. Muslims and non-Muslims were employed in NOI-owned businesses. In 1958, for example, the NOI operated a dry cleaning plant located at 608 63rd Street in Chicago. The plant was managed by Herbert Muhammad, one of the Elijah Muhammad's sons, to directly employ 5 NOI members full-time. although the plant had 2 NOI driver trucks, non-NOI members also were employed, often using their own vehicles to assist in the pickup and delivery of dry cleaning in exchange for 35% commission. And I'm gonna stop there. My nigga, you just said that this organization is the original Black Lives Matter, and
Can
you
I
can't
say,
see.
can I talk now? Can I
Listen, man,
talk
I
now?
don't want to
No,
talk.
no,
Yo,
no.
yo, yo,
Don't
yo, yo,
talk. Don't
yo,
mute.
listen, listen.
Don't
All
talk
I,
to me because
yo, bro,
you
listen,
just
man.
spew
All I
propaganda.
want you to do is
You
source
just
the
spew
fuck
a
up,
chuck.
man.
I'm not
Yo,
sourcing up.
source
I'm
up,
using
nigga.
your
Then
source.
I'm out of
I'm
here.
using.
Hey,
I'm
I'm
slow
not
using
gonna
down,
your
slow
argue
down.
with
source.
you.
Hold
I'm
on, hold
gone,
on,
bro.
hold on,
You
hold
can
on.
have a
Slow down.
conversation
Let
Both
me
by
y'all
use
slow
yourself.
source.
down. Calm
No, no,
down,
no.
man.
I'm
Hold
out of
on.
here. You
Both
can
y'all,
have
hold
a
on, hold on a
conversation by
No,
second.
no.
yourself.
Let me use his source, please.
Hold
I
on,
I'm
am
not gonna
calm.
please,
argue
please.
with you,
Can
I'm
y'all
bro.
calm.
please stop
I'm
arguing?
calm.
I'm
Hold
No,
gone,
on.
no,
bro.
no. No,
Hold
brother,
on, hold
Yo,
brother.
on.
you
Just
just
mute
said
for a
that you're
sec.
not here to
It's
source
my
up.
turn
I'm
to
not
talk.
here to do this
It's my
pseudo
turn
shit
to
with you,
talk now,
bro.
Let me
AB.
go ahead and leave.
AB,
This is
it's
not
my
working.
Yeah,
turn to
I'm out of
talk
here
now.
too, man. Y'all have a
You
good
can
night.
leave. You can leave. You can
I'm
leave.
leaving right now, nigga. You just said
Then
you ain't got
leave.
no
Then
source, so
leave.
I don't want to talk
Then
to you.
leave. Then leave. You
Fuck
don't have to
out of
talk to
here.
me. I'm using your source. I'm
Yeah,
using your source. You can leave. Because
fuck
you
out of here.
spew,
You fucking
you spew
pseudo, nigga. You ain't
propaganda.
got no sources. You
And
up
I'm
here
using
talking,
your
running your
source.
mouth.
I'm using your source and logic. And you're not
I
allowing me
want
to.
you to prove to us that
No,
they
no,
not.
no.
You don't even
I
know
am
the shit it
using
is.
your
You
source
don't
that
even own it. You
NOI
don't
is
even own the three.
original.
You don't even own the
NOI
three.
is
You don't even
original
own the
Black
3
Lives
books
Matter.
that the sources that is rep. I got the
No,
books
Yes,
no,
right
guys.
here.
I
I can
can
read
use
Can I
the
them.
say
source.
something? Can I say something,
No,
please?
no. Let me say something. Shabazz, let me say something. Let me say, because he's not alone to talk. NOI had 70,000 members.
I'm out of here, bro. Y'all
These
have a good night.
70,000 members, were asked to pledge between 10% and 33% of their salary. Of that 70,000 members, that's like a mega church. No, we're using logics. The only thing he could build with all that money from 10% salary from 70,000 members was 15 businesses. And the business that he highlighted most was the one that employed 5 people. I want people to walk with me slowly down this path of this bullshit organization that collected a lot of money. When in 1975, in 1975, when the minister died, all of the businesses went into disarray. His son and everybody were challenging for the money that was in the NOI. You can read that up, that's online. It was like something like $6.3 million that they were challenging for. Most of the money that was collected went to the minister, not went to the community. 15 businesses, 70,000 people, giving 10% of them salary. And it's only 15 businesses. And you're going to tell me that that bullshit organization made that impact? People use logics. If you
But
own
you
a
don't
church
know
that
that.
has 17,000
You don't
members,
know their financial statements.
no, we don't have to know the financial statement. You have 70,000 members of a church who are giving between 10% and 30% of the salary as profits. Go
Can I
and look
speak,
it up.
please?
Use
Can,
common sense. That
can I
is like
speak, please?
10,000 black people's salary per month.
Yeah.
Even
Can
if
I
it's
speak,
poor
please?
black people, you can't speak. Deny the fact that there wasn't a real true Black Lives Matter Shabbat.
At the time of the NOI, did they do
No,
more
James,
good
not your turn.
than
Not your
harm?
turn, James. Other gentleman, James. Go ahead, Shabazz. I'm muted.
Well, I might as well let the brother speak. The one that wanted to speak. Go ahead, because I spoke earlier.
I'm sorry, Shaka. It was just a question that I had. Did you hear the question, Stupies?
You're talking about them finance. I'm talking about relatively logics.
No.
If I have if I have 70,000, no, James. Common sense, James. You have 70,000 members, and each of them is asked to pledge between 10 and 30% of their salary. Think about that for a second before you open your mouth and talk about finance.
I have.
Right? Even if it's the poorest of the poor people. Because we're going to use relatively now. There's very few black churches with 70,000 members. And the amount of money that they garner from those members is a lot of money. The nation was milking poor black people.
My
That's
question,
what we're doing.
my question to you is, in the whole scheme of things, at the
Sorry,
time
Mika.
that
I'll
I was,
stop talking, Mika.
What the
Because
did
hell?
they do more harm or good to the American Americana, to Africans in the diaspora? Did it do more good than harm? That's what I'm asking you.
Nation of Islam
Yeah.
is another cult. Nation of Islam is a cult.
You mean like Jim Jones? Has the show ended?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. But I think the brother is not answering to you. But you know, this question we can ask.
No,
Yeah.
Nation of Islam is a cult, just like Jim Jones, just like Scientology. He was close to all of those people. Nation of Islam is a cult. It's the original Black Lives Matter. He milked millions of dollars from the people of Chicago and sell flim flam, sky plane, 15 businesses, a peanut farm. Nation of Islam, you can look it up, they had a peanut farm. And they did not
your American brothers need it, is what I'm saying. Or did they not need it?
No.
They never needed it. Anybody who comes on here and tell you that Nation of Islam isn't the original Black Lives Matter is being disingenuous.
Okay, can I speak, please? Now?
Go ahead, Shaq.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Now, we didn't have the source of the paper that Rabon read. And in this paper, it mentioned 70,000 members in around the 60s, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the 70s. I can't remember where I read that or heard that, but I think I was told about at least 100,000 members as of today. There might be more. Obviously, if they had like 70,000 members in the 60s or the 70s, it's safe to say that they have at least 100,000 members today because they had children and so on. So if we make a calculation to reach that $20 million a year figure, the members will only need to spend $200 a year. So if we break down by the month, it's easily achievable. Now,
$20
personally,
a month.
Yeah, indeed, so something like that. So this figure, to me, is not exaggerated. Now, I wouldn't call it a BS organization, and I'm known for many years for not being a fan of the Nation of Islam. And that being said, the brother was asking, do they do more good or more bad? I mean, we can ask a question about, the MSTA, about the UNIA. If it's good enough, then people will join. If they don't join, then I guess they know that, it's not the right way to go. But they're going to do their thing anyway. That's what I wanted to say.
So we still in the conversation, though.
Yeah, we're still in the conversation.
I cannot believe, Sweet Pea, I cannot believe that it's 2022 and we acting like the Nation of Islam wasn't a full-blown cult from day one. Let's see, y'all laughing. Y'all laughing. They a cult, bro. It's a cult. What's up, man? How you doing?
How you doing? Yeah, chilling.
What's going on,
but
man?
Yeah, I'm chilling, brother.
I'm frustrated, but I'm frustrated though.
No, but that wasn't really the point of discussion, because it's a bit subjective.
That's the truth.
Okay.
It's the truth.
I hear you, but it's still subjective.
Let me finish my point though. It's not a judgment call. So let's talk about what a cult is. A cult has one charismatic leader. Get that straight. All the monies generated by the cult goes back to the cult and the one charismatic leader. Is this not the truth, or am I making this up?
Amen. Truth.
I just want to know, am I making it up? Say I'm making this shit up. Say I'm wrong and I lost my mind.
Truth,
I just want to stay on that one point. Just on that one point. Does all the monies go to one charismatic leader? Is that a true statement or a false statement? Where's the board of trustees? Where's all that at? Who's the governing body? Where's the financial statements? Where's all that at? There is no such thing. There's no argument for this situation. Y'all act like a cult is all bad. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the problem, the shit is outdated. And all the shit that they thought was going to work, let's talk about it. Separatists, there are a separatist movement. How did the separatist movement work? Martin Luther King ran circles around them. Oh, we the Nation of Islam, we don't believe in people exacting violence on us, and we not exact violence on them. Okay? I ain't seen them bust a grape. All right? Now, Martin Luther King and them children got sprayed down the street with fire hoses. That hundreds of pounds of pressure. German shepherds attacked young children. Was the Nation of Islam out there standing guard? No, they wasn't. It's funny. It's so funny that the government of the United States called them extremists. I would say they're extremists in the other direction of not doing any damn thing but talking shit. Y'all think I'm being extreme now. I'm actually not. You've seen Martin Luther King and them get outside and put in work. You've seen it with your own eye. Matter of fact, the work was so devastating that we are privy to taking advantage of the work that they did. Right now, they changed laws. The laws that they changed, the Nation of Islam is privy to use them and access them. This is not a wild, off the top of my head statement. The Nation of Islam, from its inception, told Black people do not take vaccines. So they have a 70-year track record of not giving a fuck about the health of Black people. In the middle of a pandemic, last 100 years, the niggas made pamphlets telling us not to get vaccinated with some slap-ass stupid shit with the anti-vax leader called Rizza Islam. They didn't reel that nigga back. The nigga made up shit in front of our eyes. Unbelievable. That's a fucking cult. No fucking way. During the AIDS crisis in the Black community, they told niggas to take some crazy ass pills. Are we serious right now? This is a bunch of bullshit.
Be honest, they were charging three times the amount for the pills. They were charging four times the amount for the pills.
Right, for some damn pills that never worked.
I'm charging four times the amount.
I'm saying, so what are we asking for? What are we talking about? Like, have we fallen that far that we don't realize what a valuable group is, what a cult is? Yeah, niggas don't know what a cult is. That's why niggas is getting sucked up in cults every day. And when the nigga blow the fucking whistle and say, hold on now, you got niggas around you forming cults, they all think it's funny. So let me tell you what a cult is. A cult will create a condition that make you think that the charismatic leader or leaders are experts. And no one can actually challenge their authority because they are the authority. Do you have any of that around us right now?
Yeah, the Unc.
No, I'm not finished, Mayat. Because Mayat, you sat on that damn show and you bludgeoned Wu Jai the whole time he wouldn't answer a simple question. The question was very simple. Ask me the same question that you asked Wu Jai and see how long it takes me to answer it. Go ahead, Mayat. Ask me the question.
Well,
about peer review. Ask me the question about work being peer review. Ask me that question, Mayat.
Yeah, I'm not in opposition to you, Unc. All I wanted to say is that
he trying to show you how that question would be
ask
asked.
me the question, Mayat.
What question do you want
to
ask?
Saw Imhotep work peer review.
Ask the question.
Yeah, is a Saw Imhotep's work peer review? No,
it's not. Writing a couple scholars ask them, look at your work, is not a peer reviewed, bro. How do I know that? And then why do it take another nigga a whole hour? What's going on?
Well, no, I can answer that question. He was just being disingenuous, but at least
he was giving you the cult. Listen, Mayat, he was giving you the cult tactic, bro, of evading the questions. So I'm making my point. It took me 2 seconds to answer the question and move forward.
Yeah, but they're defending their book, but
no, you can defend your book, but don't lie about it being peer reviewed. They all understand what peer review is, bro. So me having Chef read my book and you read my book, just because you my peers on me, you can give me a fucking peer review, dog.
Yeah, but
let's knock it off.
Yeah, but see, Unc, he's gonna say no, I didn't lie, because he did not say that the work was peer reviewed. He was being slick with it, saying I didn't see, or he has some work in the future. But we know he was not answering the question because I asked him as of today.
Right, he didn't answer the question, bro, and he did all kind of shit to evade. And if you know Assad's work is not peer reviewed, then why are you standing behind it, overturning the experts? Then what's the joke, Mayat?
Because he's one of the authors, but I'm not defending them.
No, I know you're not. I just wanted to give you a brief synopsis of people creating cult situations in a real cult called the Nation of Islam that we all act like wasn't that. They never cared about your ass, not unless you was in the Nation of Islam, bro. Martin Luther King and them cared about everything. Women's rights, Black, white, or Chinese. human beings, civil rights, black, white, or Chinese. And they was black men and black women and children that served their community. The Nation of Islam still run their damn mouth. Didn't change a damn thing. And still give us the same old bullshit misinformation, yo.
Yeah, but
That's
when it comes
crazy to me.
but when it comes to the vaccine, um, this claim, I mean, telling people not to get vaccine, it's not exclusive to the Nation of Islam. I will say that amongst the quote unquote conscious community, there's many people who deter other black folks from getting the vaccine. I got the vaccine for the record, for people who wonder. I got the vaccine, and I don't knock people from not taking the vaccines, not just for the COVID, but any other vaccines. But what I didn't like though is how the people who are anti-vax used to address people who are in support for the vaccine.
Right.
That's what I didn't like.
Right. You have a choice as an African American whether you want to take the vaccine or not. But you don't have a choice to misinform us when you claim to be the foremost authority on the protection of black people and speak and supposed to be a voice for black people. You do not have a right to outright lie to us. Nobody, none of them niggas did virology and immunology to know whether the shit worked or not, my nigga. And they stood up as if they was in the fucking lab doing it. That's horrible. That's a bunch of bullshit. And it's bullshit all around us.
But
it's not
there
fair,
was worse.
bro.
But they did worse than that. Now the brother has passed away. I found out recently that he is deceased. But I've played this clip. I forgot if his name is Salim Mohammed, but he was a medical doctor, and he's on tape. It's in color, and he said that we can cure AIDS with raw milk. So they did worse than that.
Oh, I didn't know he died. When he died?
I read that during one of the live stream, but he passed away. He's passed away.
This year?
Oh, well, honestly, I don't remember, but that's quite recent. Maybe a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he was around standing up there with Del Bigtree and all them. Anti-vax. Oh, man, stop it. Man, look. Yeah. I don't want to hear about nobody dying, yo. But I guarantee you there was a lot of black people that lost their life or who were strong enough, who immune system, right, was able to handle the SARS-CoV-2, and they took that shit home to their grandmother and their aunts and their uncles. How many of people did that? Listening to the Nation of Islam. How many people, yo, you wouldn't know? Misinformed and misinformation. Dangerous. Cults are dangerous situations for all of us because it misinforms us. And so when we out here fighting to let you know that people are starting that cult-like behavior, people should just listen up. So if you got people running around knowing damn well what it takes to be an expert, but refuse to become an expert, but yet claim to be an expert, then you should have a problem with that information. If a person is running around with no expert training, right, claiming to overthrow the field. So they asking us, Mayat, they saying, what is your problem with the brothers that you supported? My problem is not that they do scholarship, not that they work hard, and not that they study. Man, I appreciate all of y'all for that. But the first day, Mayat, you stand in the Louvre and claim you didn't overturn the goddamn Egyptology world, yo, I'm banging on you, Mayat. It's simple. This is not a complicated issue. So for all y'all that don't know what's going on, I'm not hating on the brothers doing their own private research and whatever, writing their books. I'm not hating. I'm slap mad when you go against the very tenets that we fought over. Matter of fact, my yacht know the shit. My yacht left because rules was broken and niggas didn't stick to proper protocol. He'll tell you when Ishmael R brought up some crazy shit and it didn't stand up. He couldn't take it. He just fucking left. Out of respect for what we was doing, he just left. He said, fuck that shit. The rules are simple. Don't play expert if you're not. Get the proper paperwork. If you're not an expert, that's okay. but don't play the game and don't claim to overthrow the experts. And every time they get in front of experts, they make no statements. They quiet as fucking mouse. But when they're around us, the regular dudes, they talk that talk. They beat their chests. Who amongst you believe that the great Asahotep and Wu-Ja got you all in check has overthrown modern Egyptology and the linguistic field? Who amongst you believes this? From their house or from their car? Yeah, so y'all know what it is. And I'm banging every single day. Every day they make a video about my man Smash, I'm banging. Stick to the point. Where is your evidence to prove, using experts, that the place named Kemet is a riparian zone or riparian, whatever the hell you saying? Where's your evidence to prove that Afro-Asiatic is not a language file? That's what we talking about. Do not run us around the merry-go-round. Do not flim-flam bamboomers. Get to the point. So everybody who don't know no better, I'm telling you now, the reason Brother God Killer, a.k.a. Bobby Banger, is banging is because they claim to overthrow scientific fields. Now y'all know, it's very clear. They have complicated the whole situation. I'm going to say this again real slow. Asahotep, Wu-Ja, and their dominions is claiming to have overthrown Egyptology. Simple as that. That's the argument. Now y'all know Egyptology and the linguistic field. And every time an expert deal with them, they say the expert is stupid and can't read and don't understand. Now go check that out for a minute. There's your peer review for you. This shit has been reviewed by experts and they all say it's trash. They ain't deal with the document that Smash read. They called the man trash. Expert from Harvard.
For those who wonder, Brother Unc is talking about Dr. Sandro Capocci. Sandro, Sandro, and Capocci, Capo space Chichi. Smash said that he's going to publish the article on his blog. I don't know if he has done it already, but it should happen soon. He just wants to finish dealing with the article and then he will publish it. And there might be even 2 articles, but I've seen Smash in the chat earlier, so maybe he's going to help, type something in the chat.
It's just not right, my yacht. Come on, man. You know what we stood for, bro.
What's not right, brother? What you just talked about the
no, not you. You know, I'm African American. We dive into conversations, dive in and out. I'm not saying you're not right. I know you could place it there, but that's not. I'm saying it's not right that they doing this like this, bro. That's my point. That's like where they do that at, yo. And people say, so why am I mad? I'm mad because come on, dude. My whole thing was to promote experts and making sure that people get the proper information so that they can judge for themselves and understand what other human beings are telling them. So you can know the difference between what was supposed to be right and what's supposed to be wrong for your own self. I never came in this to make myself the champion expert. I came in here to give everybody tools. You know what the problem is now? The real problem is that the Raw squad did such a great job in educating people. Other groups around the Raw squad, other people around the Raw squad, we all moved in the same direction. Mayada tell you, he was there from the beginning. Look at it. He pushes right information as hard as he can. We all do it. And so when you teach a way and you give people the tools of critique, then don't get mad at the people when you've done such a good job and they come back and critique you and say, yo, that's not matching up. We went to the experts and we can't find it. How dare you tell them they stupid, dumb, can't read, go read 30 of my books. Now you sound like Malachi York. That's what Malachi York tell you. Go to book 3 and read that is there. Go to book 4 and read is there. Go read this, go read that, go read my book. Read. That's what Malachi York say. That ain't what the Amaral Squad say. The Amaral say, go get the experts that will help you determine if what I'm saying is making sense or not. Not go get some obscure people somewhere in the Congo who you don't even know, speaking a whole other language that you wouldn't even understand. Where they do that at?
You know, Uncle Alisad is that this guy, Garfield calls him a master teacher.
Yeah, Garfield wrong for that too. But they got a right to call the person when he's just being funny. It's a joke for real.
Oh, he was serious, but you know, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it.
Yeah, he wrong for that. But I mean, a man gonna say what a man gonna say, and a man gonna feel the way a man gonna feel. And I ain't the one to tell a person how to feel about another man in his work. But what I will say is, yo, that ain't nobody in the Amaral Squad overthrowing modern science. Let's get that straight. Because linguistics is considered science. They ain't doing that. And if y'all believe they overthrowing it, then you bugged out. You run around doing too much. You got to believe whatever the hell you want. You thinking something is better than what it is. You dreaming. You in your corner.
But, you know, we have several people who are moderators on this channel and other channels, and they're pushing the Riparianite fiction, science fiction. And I don't want to say names, you know, but
yeah.
Even
you're right.
Even in
you're
the,
right.
yeah,
You're right.
even in the
You're
chat,
right.
they're pushing that stuff. They're pushing falsehood. So I'm not
You're
saying,
right.
you know, I'm not saying that anybody should be at odds with some moderators, but there's probably something that needs to be done about that. You know, if it is established that it is not factual, then why do we have moderators on all these different channels who are pushing that stuff, defending the pseudos, and even disrespecting people for disagreeing with the pseudos? And I've been seeing that for months. And once again, I don't want to say names, but you know who they are.
So let's do this. This is how I feel about it. This is what I actually learned. This thing of ours, this thing we do, you know, teaching on platforms from YouTube, yo, it's for everybody. And I never make a nigga choose his friends. I never do that, bro. I never make the moderator fans of mine, fans of them. I never tell them, yo, don't do that. I never do that. I give them the choice. And but you're absolutely right, Mayat. But I never tell now the other side will tell them, don't listen to my yacht channel. Don't listen to the pseudo killers.
I'm not worried about that because people know that when I'm not streaming, I'm not screening the calls. And I always encourage people to get on my platform, even if they disagree with me. So I'm not worried about that because, you know, sometimes, you know, you have friendship, scholarship, people tell you, yeah, don't deal with that guy, you know, forever. But I tell them, you know, come and speak with me and you see what's up. You know, GFX wanted to holler at me. He never showed up. I'm not tripping on it, you know, but anybody else is welcome for the record for those who wonder. And I don't want to sound like I'm doing a shameful plug, but, you know, I'm very open to dialogue, even if people are opposed to my views.
So, well, I'm glad you brought up the guy's name. So you can expect 40 videos with your name in it and my name in it. But he did me the same way. And then he'll act like I don't want to deal with him. The nigga didn't show up. The same way he didn't show up for you, he didn't show up for me. You only got one time not to show up for me. You stand me up one time after all this shit you talking. And you stand me up on that day, you blew. So he did you the same way. It's the normal thing to do. Talk shit. When you finally get a chance to get him one-on-one, he won't show. And then he'll go over there and talk shit some more, like everybody forgot. So it's always good to give all y'all Negro pins a memo. The nigga no-showed me. The same way he no-showed my yacht.
And Chris MVP Harris said that the same thing happened with him, so he did not show up. But you know, I'm not mad. I mean, people can see that, you know. Some people are gonna act like they forget, you know. You have people like like you have a Moroccan guy in the chat there, and you have other people who are from North Africa, Berbers, and they are happy when you hear people like Chief X saying that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasians, that the modern Egyptians were the ancient Egyptians. But at the end of the day, as much as there's this so-called Black Egypt debunk, I'm not sure the exact title. I have Black Ancient Egyptians and Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2, and that speaks volume. So, you know, people can present their argument, it's fine.
Yeah, but anyway, the Nation of Islam was a damn cult in between all that. It's a fact.
Brother Unk, thank you for coming on, because I don't know if it's because of my accent. When I said Nation of Islam is the original Black Lives Matter, people vex or people get mad. That dude has been collecting, those dudes have been collecting millions of dollars from the community for the last, and 15 businesses, that they have to show. If I give Unc $1 million, no, if I had $100 million and I give Unc $1 million, by next year, Unc will be coming back and give him $1 million and the amount of businesses that he would have. You are getting millions of dollars from the community.
But I don't see you banging on the Catholic Church like that, brother. Let me stand up for.
Listen, the Catholic Church has done more than the Nation of Islam.
Yo, did you say the Catholic Church? Yeah.
Catholic Church has done more than the Nation of Islam.
By Unc's definition, the Catholic Church
is a cult. It's a cult. But that cult has done more. The Catholic Church has done more for Black people than the Nation of Islam.
You ain't lying, yo.
The Catholic Church has done more for Black people. More schools have been built.
The Catholic Church is responsible for the doctrine of discovery. Listen, let me stand up for flat nose, big lips.
No, you made that up. No, the Catholic Church is out.
Let me stand up.
You talking about the Pope? You talking about the Pope to sign it?
Just a little bit. I just want to say that if a vaccinated young man and an unvaccinated
I'm not arguing with you.
Visit their grandmother, which one has the higher chance of infecting?
I'm not talking to you.
No,
you sound.
You know what? If the mere fact that you asked that question, we should kick you out of the room. The mere fact that you asked that question about the vaccinated and unvaccinated, we should kick you out of the room. James, you have matriculated past that level now, James. James, you have matriculated past that level. The amount of information that Unc has given
leave the Catholics alone?
No. You can't bang on the Catholics. I am saying that the Catholics are awful, but they have done more for Black people than the Nation of Islam. 15 shops, 15 businesses. That's what the Nation of Islam has done. 15 Black businesses, millions of dollars over the last 100 years. The Nation of Islam, if we set a minimum 2 million a year, they have collected over 200 million over the last 100 years. What have they done with it in Chicago?
LeBron. Hey man, I'm going back to watching my game, the Lakers and Golden State. They're my two favorite teams.
How much $1 million do you think the Nation of Islam make yearly?
I don't know. They took everybody money. They robbed us. They gave nothing back, nigga.
What have they given back? Have the Nation of Islam given back anything equivalent to what they have taken from the Black community?
Nope. Man, Marsh, John Henry Clark told y'all. He said, "Yo, where the money at? We'll play the video one day."
No, I completely agree with what Unc said, except for what I mentioned about the vaccine. You know, because I think Unc might be an anti-masker. Are you an
James, stop talking about the vaccine. James, stop talking about the vaccine.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you
I
on
am
the vaccine.
Begging you to stop talking about the vaccine. Talk about anything. Talk about my mother. Talk about my father.
No. I already
talk about my wife. I give you permission to talk about everybody. Talk about my mother, my father, my wife.
Yeah, you can talk about my mother. You can have that on top of the vaccine.
You cannot talk about the vaccine. You have no ground to sit on. You can't talk about my wife. I give you that much privilege, but you can't talk about the vaccine, James. The mere fact that you ask that question, tell me that you have been sitting at the front of the class for the last year, and we need to kick you out of school.
You're right. You ain't wrong. I'm not going. That's not my battle. That's not my battle cry. I ain't no lost cause rebel yellow. You know, I'm It's not a diatribe. That was a soliloquy about this community that Unc had, and it was well received, man. That's all I could say.
Appreciate that, bro. I ain't making it up. We just ain't looked at it. Yeah, I was sucked in too. Everybody didn't like Martin Luther King. I don't like Malcolm. We don't even know why. We like Malcolm because Malcolm was strong and he stood up against the white man. Yo, but really, it was the daggone little guy, the Baptist preacher guy, yeah, who actually influenced the hearts of planet Earth to look at these Europeans as crazy as hell for water hosing, fire hose, water trucking, babies and German shepherding babies and putting the white only sign on the bathrooms. Yeah, all of that. Yeah, so I think, we need to know those conditions, right? And we need to, hold on, I'm gonna make this point. I don't feel like arguing tonight, but I'm gonna tell y'all something. We need to know what the civil rights was. Most people don't even know, you actually got two civil rights movements. Did y'all know that? I'm gonna say it again. Did y'all know it was actually two civil rights movements? Okay, hold on, let me get it. All right. So you got the civil rights movement in 1865 to 1896. Then you got the civil rights movement from 1896 to 1954. Okay. Now, all along, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch how I talk. People, I've heard people say that I'm all over the place. But what I'm actually doing is I'm telling the story. Right? And so when I tell you that in 1865 between 1865 and 1895 is a civil rights movement, that's exactly what it was. And then there was a civil rights movement from 1896 to 1854. Y'all can all look this up. Why am I saying this? What was the climate of learning in institutions at that time? What was the information? So I just want to know, right? In academia, were they participating in the civil rights movement? Or was they producing information that was against the civil rights movement? Okay? What was Charles Darwin's theory accepted in academia in Harvard and Yale? Because remember, they was promoting scientific racism because it made them millions and billions of dollars because it supported slavery. So I want to know, during the Jim Crow period, was academia and science, where was they at on that? Did Charles Darwin's theory, when he promoted the theory on Monday, did everybody change on his side on Tuesday? How long did it take for that to come through? Because I can bring you papers from 1962 written by American anthropologists. And I can talk about the multi-regional theory. That's also a pushback on the outer Africa theory. I can take you all the way up to 2003, where they still pushing back. So we act like all the scholars jumped up and applauded Charles Darwin's work. No, what the fuckers did, they went straight eugenics on a motherfucker. They misunderstood the damn theory and went eugenics. Galton, Charles Darwin's cousin, went straight motherfucking eugenics. Why am I saying this? Because the civil rights laws was passed in 1969, right? That's when the bill was passed. Well, the states wasn't listening. They had to use the federal government to push it. The voting rights, the federal government had to stand there, and that's why you got the voting bill, right? It's not so we can vote, it's that we have protection at the polls. So are you telling me that the teachers and all that shit was in agreement with the outer Africa theory? Remember that are you trying to tell me that in America, they was actually agreeing with the people that they won't even let them use a white bathroom was actually the origin of humanity? Who amongst you believes this? Think about what I'm saying. Scientific ideas take many moons to even trickle down to the public. Scientific ideas, even when they write, is hard to get through because that's the nature of science. They fight you tooth and nail. So in the midst of fighting tooth and nails, we're sitting here in 2022 thinking, well, the Charles Darwin shit was fire. But the Charles Darwin shit didn't overthrow scientific racism. The Charles Darwin theory was that platform to allow you to see how crazy the scientific racism was and how inaccurate it was, but it didn't mean that all the scientists and all the academia was in agreement with Charles Darwin. It never meant that. So on Monday, when he came up with the theory, niggas was still fighting it all the way to 1963, writing shit. They fighting in 1988. So when we sit here and make statements about certain people, right? And we say, oh, I can show you Harvard teachers, anthropologists, Coon. Look them up. Coons. He's an American anthropologist. So, no, this shit didn't change overnight. So when we read books by Black authors that use experts at the time, you gotta knock it off because nobody else was doing it. The fight was on. The fight was on in 1973 at the Cairo Symposium. The fight was on when Dr. Ben wrote his books. The fight was on. Most people ain't even cracked the Dr. Ben book and look at the back of it and pull out the bibliography because they start crying and shit. They ain't. Oh, nigga, don't read the book. Look at the bibliography. Go online and look at his bibliography. He had an expert bibliography with groups of scholars that was in agreement with certain information at that time. So I'm gonna say this, and I said this last night. Dr. Ben wasn't a blackologist. John Henry Clark was not a blackologist. Alma Van Serter was not a blackologist. Okay? People who continue to promote their work, pass new scientific ideas and innovations, and brand new scholarship are actually the blackologists. You're a blackologist if in the face of brand new information, overturning the old information, you continue to promote the same shit. So if you're still saying that the Native Americans are motherfucking African straight from Africa, you're a blackologist. If you still applying the term black on a biological organism in the Sahara, you're a blackologist. They don't use them terms for a reason because it's very, very confusing. And it's the same thing white people did. So you can't talk about white people and do this shit on the other end. They use terms like African. And I heard a birdie on this show earlier talking shit about motherfuckers being African. How dare you? It's nonsense. We can use the word African and we know what the hell we mean. And we're not confused. And when we talk about Egypt, we're not talking about nobody from fucking West Africa. That's not we're talking about people in Northeast fucking Africa, and we have enough intelligence to know the difference. And we understand the full range of variety because Charles Darwin taught us that. That was part of his argument. So yes, we can use the word African. We know the term African, we know the term non-African, and we know that non-African don't fucking mean African. If you don't know what the fuck I just said, you ain't studied enough. You need to chill out and get out the damn conversation. All Homo sapiens is 99% the same, no matter where they at. The differences that you see is skin goddamn deep. And that does not mean, watch this, that does not mean that I can't sit here and celebrate African American culture and be proud of that. It doesn't mean that. They'll try to make you seem as if it's that, but it don't mean that. It means that I'm aware of who I am in North America. I am aware of who the fuck is in Africa. And I don't care if a African is light-skinned and an alkaline nose and look like what I perceive to be a Palestinian. I don't care because I'm scientific literate and I know better. I understand the difference. This is the New York nuance in the whole goddamn conversation that becomes very, very confusing. So to wrap it up, no, Charles Darwin's theory did not change people's minds overnight. No, it didn't. The information that the elders wrote, I'm talking about the ones that was pushing for science and evolution. A lot of these sources out there, y'all can't even quote this. So I can start reading sources 1950, 1940, 1900, 1889, 1945, 1963. That's outdated work and outdated source material. And no, I'm not saying because a source is outdated means that it has to be wrong. I'm simply saying everything has to be critiqued, and we should not be pushing in 2022 for people that's coming into the understanding of where we from. We should not be putting at the forefront the old works. Nobody does that. We respect the old works and we put them in. And when we want to sit back and read some of the old works, those who are there, you read the old works, but you do not put that shit at the forefront. No functioning, strong community does that. And that's the problem. So don't be banging on me, my niggas, because I clearly understand the value of John Jackson, Dr. Ben's work. John, I get it. I'm not sitting up here saying, yo, if you want to learn about evolution, go to Dr. Ben's work. Go to John G. I don't do it. There's a reason why I don't do it. I don't do it because I respect what they did and what they put forth. And I know if they were sitting here at the age of 55, they wouldn't do it. They would say, well, we got some 2018, some 2019, some 2020, some 2021, some 2022. We got some 2016 work here. How do I know they would do it? Because they use the experts in their time. Can't nobody on none of these platforms get around that statement. I'm going to say it again. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, George James, they used the experts of their day. Wasn't like they was coming up this shit on their own. They wasn't doing the archaeological digs. They was doing the same thing that I'm doing. Bringing y'all to the experts. Let me shut up. I'm done. I'm gonna watch my game. I just, I couldn't let some shit slide. Niggas was talking shit earlier. I just want everybody to know I had forgot that. I heard you.
We hear you, man. We hear you. Stu Peace.
Yes, I'm here.
I have one question. In terms of this close to pure capitalism society that we live in, do you think we have, as people, have something to learn from the collective economics of the FOI? or no?
Of the NOI?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have no collective. They ain't had that. They had cult leader economics, my nigga.
There was no collective economic. Everything went to the minister.
You explained the collective economics.
Yeah, but everything was collected and went to the minister. Everything went to the minister. All right. Back in Africa and the Caribbean, they have something named susu or partner. That's the only extent of the collective economics that black people can have. Where we do banking and lending money amongst ourselves in the hope that we pay it back, like the credit unions.
My mother ran the susu.
Right? And people benefited from it and they paid back into it. And they use that to buy furniture, to buy corn, or to buy whatever they need for farming that year, and they paid back into it. And your mother collected a small fee. But capitalism is the best system that ever created. Now it's run amok, and we need to pull it back in terms of some people benefiting unfairly.
Capitalism is against nature, man.
What is that against nature? There's this saying, James, listen to me. I'm going to say, it's every morning in Africa, the slowest lion gets up, right? And his job is to run faster than the slowest gazelle. And every morning in Africa, the fastest lion gets up, and the slowest gazelle job is to run faster than the fastest lion. Nature is about the strong eating the weak, about viruses killing people who are susceptible to it. Nature is the most capitalistic thing that exists. It's survival of the fittest, that the fittest and the best is allowed to grow old and pass on their genes. You're sitting in the front of the class too long now, James.
Nature is more than that also.
We need to put it in the back of the class. Because the front not doing anything for you.
Nature is more than what you just said. There's an aspect that I'm trying to get at, and it's what you heard in the West Indies. It was a little statement called "Cattle horn is too heavy for your head." All right, and I don't know if you ever heard. You heard that one?
No, explain what it means.
You know what it means?
No, tell me.
Cattle horn is too heavy for him head.
The cow are not too heavy for him head.
The cattle horn ain't too heavy for his head. In nature, you are equipped with everything. We got everything we need to get past these times. These times is brought on by a deception. And you made a very good point.
James, stop. Go back to the back of the class. James, because you don't even understand the saying. You don't even understand the saying. James, go to the back of the class, James. You don't understand what the saying is. The saying is that cow horn isn't too heavy for his head. I didn't understand what you were saying originally. But the cow has evolved to get those horns. And the reason why the horns are there is for protection. Cows that didn't, in the past, there was cows that didn't have horns, and they weren't able to grow old and pass on their genes. So the cows with the biggest, strongest horn were able to reproduce and pass on the big, strong horn genes.
You're starting to get the idea. You're starting to get the idea I'm trying to bring forth.
You don't get it. You're misinterpreting it. I'm in the front of the class with on too long not to understand evolution and passing on genes. In Africa, the first man who was able to stand up and look over the grass leaf in the Sahara, he was the one who was able to pass on his genes because he could stand up and look at predators coming. The other person who was hiding in the grass couldn't see the predators coming, so they couldn't pass on their genes. Nature is about passing on your genes, and it's the fittest pass on the genes. Stop it, James. Don't just throw words out there and make up stuff without thinking about it.
Created a straw man, and that has, the passing on the genes is not what I'm talking about here. It was a distinct conversation about cult and the Nation of Islam and the people and what's good for us. I'm relating it to that.
How is Nation of Islam good for us, James? Tell me. Give me two benefits of the Nation of Islam.
If the main thing, I just brought it up, but you ignored it. I said the collective economics, and you guys said it's no collective. And I wish Rabon was still on to maybe further explain.
No. You brought it up.
But you explained it aptly. You explained their collective economics, but now you're denying it.
I said the collective economics that they have is that all the money go to the leader. All the money went to the minister.
No, you talked about the buildings.
No. Listen to me. I said of all the money that they collected, the millions of dollars, they only managed to build 15 businesses with millions of dollars, and those businesses were limited to. Listen carefully. Laundromats, grocery shops. Laundromats, grocery shops. A farm with 2 trucks. A farm with 2 trucks. Listen, you are over. What you're doing is that you're romanticizing what you believe the nation was doing. For the amount of capital the nation brought in, the nation did not build housing. They had enough money to buy land and build housing. To buy land.
I am not a Muslim.
Did not buy land and build housing. No, to stop romanticizing what they did.
I'm not a Muslim. There's no reason for me to romanticize Islam. That is not the point I'm making. I'm speaking specifically of the Nation of Islam, the time in history that they existed, and what was accomplished by them in the big picture.
Nothing was accomplished by them. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sure, nothing was accomplished. That hospital that Rabon talk about, that wasn't a hospital. Stop it. Let's go back. Let me explain something. I need you to go on your phone or your computer.
They call it the conscious community. You are saying there was no increase in the level of consciousness of Africanized Americans after the rise of the Nation of Islam.
Again, James, again, we need to put you beside the teachers to sit down now. Bring your chair to the front of the class. The teacher is not here. Bring your chair to the front of the class. Just be quiet. Bring your chair to the front. Bring your chair to the front of the class. Bring your chair. Sit beside me.
Can I say something,
I'm
please?
the substitute teacher today. Go ahead, Shaka.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because the brother was asking about, African consciousness in regards to the Nation of Islam. At one point, they would not allow Africans to be members of the Nation of Islam. And we have Farrakhan on tape saying that. And I think that's the same audio when he was making fun with the African accent. But he basically said that being wearing natural hair is a disease carrier and a disease catcher. Besides, at one point, not allowing Africans to be members of the Nation of Islam, there are lessons that they study by heart. Says that Africans are living a jungle life and Africans are not civilized. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, Shaka, let me, James, stop. Listen, James, let me clarify what Shaka is saying, because you don't understand.
No, I understand.
Farrakhan sat up and said, once our hair on our head was like our eyebrow. And the reason why our hair on our head became kinky is because we were cursed. So if he's saying that people with kinky hair is cursed, he's saying that the Africans is cursed. The Nation of Islam is not about Africans.
Ngozi says worse. Y'all just don't listen to him.
Yeah, but Ngozi doesn't have hundreds of thousands of followers.
And that is true. Ngozi don't have 100,000 followers. So what Ngozi says only affect what he's him in the bathroom. Nobody not following Ngozi. Right? Nobody not following Ngozi set up in the bathroom.
That's a good point.
In mic and in television. When him sit down on him throne, in him toilet, him can talk any shit coming out of his mouth and his ass. So we allow him to do it because we know that he's in his bathroom. But when you're saying no, as a grown man, listen, the most important.
Oh Lord, Allah cut this man off just like that?
That's like we said, the brother connection.
Use logic. Use logic all the time. Because at the end of the day, if you use logic,
I'm sorry, you were muted. We couldn't hear you for like maybe 10 seconds.
All right. What I'm saying is that the most important thing a black man can use is logic. Always use logic. If you don't have knowledge, look at situation logically. First thing you ask, how many members the Nation of Islam have? And you say, how does the Nation of Islam get funding from its members? Approximately how much money the Nation of Islam has gained from its members? Millions of dollars. What have they done with the money? And if
may I ask you a question?
Yes.
The nation's main source of revenue was its
It's from its members, right? They're all cult. It's from its members, not from its businesses. It's from its members.
And without knowing, the annual revenue or whatever, you deem that the 15 businesses was not enough for what they were taking in, but yet you don't know what they were taking in.
Because the 15 businesses were like storefronts. If you go back and look at pictures of the 15 businesses, they're like storefront businesses that exist today. If you look at the farm was never run at a profit. And they will tell you that. If you read the paper and look at what they produce, they're producing peanuts to try all other things at that farm. If you go back and look at pictures of the farm and the trucks that are broken down and the one truck that they have pictures of the farm now because they still currently have a farm. They still currently have land. If you know business, just as though if you know money, somebody don't have to tell you that they have money. You can't just look at that person and just evaluate the word off the bat. If you look at the Nation of Islam, you know that they bring in millions of dollars from the members. The members are cult-like. The minister can make a proclamation and most members fall in line. The Nation of Islam have always been giving money to the organization. The members have always given money to the organization of which you're a part of.
But Stu Peace, the nation did not invent this American ideology of the good here and the this and that, man.
But they disseminated it. They disseminated it. They disseminated it. Look at it. You know that if you look at the nation is like the Cotton Club. Let me explain what I mean by the Cotton Club. Apart from that guy who got dismissed out of the nation, the one that Senator Love, what is his name? Who was in the nation? This dark-skinned guy. Since Farrakhan has been
Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Yes.
Yes. Apart from him, when you look at prominent members of the nation, they have Shaka complexion or lighter. I dare Shaka to deny that. That the prominent members of the nation now, the one that they're putting out on the one that Farrakhan sending out, is the so-called good hair, light-skinned African. Am I lying, Shaka?
Well, that's sensitive, so I don't know.
No. Don't sensitive don't have nothing to do with it. Am I lying? Yes or no? That is my statement, not yours.
But
the Nation of Islam is a light-skinned brotherhood.
But this is not a new thing. You have French Creole in Jamaica, man. Come on.
But if I can, James Modest, it's not just an issue of good hair. Maybe you haven't seen the video of Farrakhan, and I have it in the description of my video. It's called Shabazz Malediction. Farrakhan said that because we rebelled against God, we were mocked and disfigured. And it's not just the hair, it's the features.
It's our skin.
Well. Yeah, the broad nose and the thick lips. And he says at one point that the essence of beauty lies in obedience, and the essence of ugliness lies in disobedience. So he's basically saying that our physical appearance or phenotype is the essence of ugliness because we rebelled against God. And not only Farrakhan thought that, but Elijah Muhammad thought that. Now Elijah Muhammad didn't teach that in the same terms that Farrakhan used, but he did teach that. And as a matter of fact, some Nation of Islam members are trying to defend themselves by saying that Malcolm X said the same thing. And Malcolm X indeed thought similar things when he was a member of the Nation of Islam, but once again, he did not use the same terminologies that Farrakhan used. So it is their teaching. It's not just the hair; it's the whole overall phenotype.
It's the overall. Go ahead, James.
some of their ideology, and that's not what I'm defending, of course. And I'm only defending something, whatever is good out of it. And Stupi's contention is that
There's nothing good out of it because you cannot identify. You are defending something that you cannot identify. I am telling you that the NOI has never presented anything that is beneficial to the entire Black community. The NOI has always been beneficial to the NOI themselves.
But the NOI, even in some circles, instilled some fear in some of the, I would say, the silent majority in this country.
The white people?
Yeah, specific white people, not all white people, specific white people, right? And that is a good.
Well,
that's not true either.
They might have done some good things, but since we're talking about economy, one of the testimony of their economic models failing, some people would argue after the passing of Elijah Muhammad in 1975, even though Dr. Wilson Muhammad said that he didn't die, but anyway, well, he didn't die that day anyway, in that date. But the fact that they allied themselves with the Church of Scientology is an evidence that economically it is falling apart. So at one point, indeed, you said that Elijah Muhammad owned a plane and they had several businesses, but over the years, all of that has been reduced, and they ended up, aligning themselves with the Church of Scientology, and that's official because if we have Farrakhan on tape saying that the top ranking people have to be cleared, and we know that being clear is the Church of Scientology stuff, and Dr. Wilson Muhammad is on tape saying that he supports the effort of Dianetics.
I see. Well, I don't have any ammunition for this fight, Stupies. I can't say that I could win this argument, but
you cannot win it because it's an unwinnable argument. People come to you and they would say that the NOI has been beneficial to Black people, and if you're using the NOI, I will put it to you that the early church, the early Baptist church in America has done more for Black people. Martin Luther King has done more for Black people than anybody else. That's why the church still have favors for Black grandmothers. Because in the past, Black people could have gone to the church and the church would help the children to go to school. I'm not talking about the modern Black church, I'm talking about the early Black church.
Mm-hmm. I know who you're talking about, you see, and I could make the argument, just like the NOI, there's a dark side to the church leaders capitulating and affecting all of us, even from right before the Civil War till all the way through Reconstruction in this country. And I'm saying that's not so long ago. So with all the good that they've done, there is a bunch of places you can cite where...
Right, but I did not deny that. At no time did I deny that. I am saying, listen carefully what I am saying. I, Stupid, is saying that the Black church has, with all the evils the Black church have done, it wouldn't be a problem if the NOI, if the leader and the minister took 50% of the money, 60% of the money, but reinvested in the Black community. Right? Well, there is not a good building. The best building the NOI have. The best building the NOI have is the minister's house and the synagogue. Apart from that, name another building that they build that is substantial. Well, name another building apart from the minister's house and the temple. Give me another building.
During Reconstruction, when contracts were being issued out to build some of the institution, even the ones like HBCUs, the capitulation, we should have been keeping those contracts to build and build wealth for our families. But the capitulation of the church leaders led to white racists getting the same contracts that we need to build our stuff, to indoctrinate us into Christianity. It's amazing that we would not see, all of these things, but we could see the shortcomings when we ourselves get a grassroots. organization. Not that I'm Muslim, and you know, I'm not saying I defend the you know, the ill-gotten gains of the leaders of that or whatever. My point is, there is some good to take away.
In 1975,
there's some to learn from what we
no, hold on. When the minister died, when the minister died in 1975, he died. I don't know which day. His children were fighting.
Yes, 1975. Yes.
His children were fighting over $6.3 million. Am I lying about that, Shaka? That his children were fighting over $6.3 million. Right?
Well,
he had.
He didn't have any will.
He didn't have any will, and they were fighting over $6.3 million. Now let's go back to Chicago in 1975, and let's look at the value of $6.3 million. What could $6.3 million buy in Chicago in 1975?
A lot.
What did he buy with it? Nothing. Nothing.
Who? I don't even know who got the money. I really don't know it. That I was just defending.
But we know. Let's say we don't know who got the money in the end, but we know that the money was there. $6.3 million was the money that they were disputing and arguing over. One people said that it belonged to the church or the temple or what they want to call it, the mosque. Some were saying that it belonged to the mosque, and some said it belonged to him, that it was his personal funds that his children should inherit. $6.3 million in 1975. Most of the storefronts that they own, the businesses that closed down, they didn't even own the storefront. They were rented properties. Those properties that something came up and talk about, those 15 properties, they were rented properties. The man had $6.3 million and didn't buy shit with it.
You have to rent and lease in business. It's not unusual.
Not when you have rent and lease when you don't have any money. But when you have $6.3 million, you build and own. And one of the main tenets of the teaching is ownership, building and owning. That's one of the major tenets. They had $6.3 million that we knew of at the time of the death of the minister. And they didn't do shit with it. The minister was lying in bed counting the money. Right? The average, let's say, minimum wage in 1975. Look it up. Was it what, $3.50 an hour? If not less, $2.75? 1975. $2.75 an hour?
I never worked before 1975.
Okay. Look it up. The cost of a house in Chicago in 1975. The cost of a house. No, look it up. The cost of a house in 1975 in Chicago, in the suburb. About 50,000?
Yeah. About that.
About 50,000.
Yeah.
And that is the closing cost of a brand new house in 1965 in Chicago. And in that time, that money could have bought 500 houses. No, 100 houses. That's 100 houses. If you buy them, if you build them yourself, if the nation build them with their members, that money could have almost built 200 to 300 houses.
Yeah, I know.
No, stop talking. Did the minister build 200 to 300 houses?
It'll be more. They had a lot of 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, and it used to be less than $50,000 in the mid-70s. Way less.
All right. No. So if you build them, did the minister build any houses? Or did he sit on the 6? He did not. He did not.
I'm not a member. I don't know the nation.
No. But I'm telling you, I'm asking rhetorical questions. He did not. So when they're talking about the Black community and move and separate on our own, imagine if the minister bought land in Chicago and said, listen, we're building 300 houses here, and it's going to be a Black community. And we're going to put a Black supermarket in that area. And we're going to put a Black pharmacy. And we're going to put a Black gym. And we're going to put a Black beauty salon. And we're going to put Black barber shops. And we're going to put Black mechanical shops.
Yeah.
And we're going to put Black florists. And we're going to put, imagine how much business is that $6.3 million could have done. And he did nothing. So
Well, let
don't
me
make
tell you
any
what happens
excuses.
next in
He
America.
built 15
You're
businesses.
failing to see what happens next in America. Because if all of what you said came true, and the Black family started growing, don't you know that there will be a serious attack? This is what we have to prepare for. What I'm saying is the value we take out of this is the mobilization, the organization.
James, bring your chair to the front of the class. James, bring your chair to the front of the class. Let me explain something to you now. You ready? Let me explain. Bring your chair to the front of the class. In 1972, immigrants from other countries, Black immigrants, started migrating to America en masses. These immigrants went to Brooklyn, New York, Miami, Philadelphia. These immigrants over time. Stop, come to the front of the class. Stop talking and listen, because you're just listening to respond, not to learn. And these immigrants established themselves and build their own communities. There was no attack on them. Stop it with this attack argument. The Nation of Islam was strong enough that it could have withstood an attack.
Dred Scott case. You see, you're comparing
Dred Scott was when? When was Dred Scott? When was Dred Scott? Dred Scott was 18. When was Dred Scott, James? James, when was Dred Scott? Don't bring up Dred Scott. When was Dred Scott?
Ain't you know when it was?
No, but you brought it up. I'm talking about prior to 1975.
I brought it up for a specific reason, but you're not listening to me. I brought it up because you're bringing up immigrants, and immigrants are treated differently in the United States than African Americans. But you're not going after that.
Well, hold on. Now, James, are you trying to say that the immigrants in the 70s, they will get a privileged treatment compared to the African Americans?
I'm not only going to say it, but I lived it. Coming from Trinidad in 1969, okay? My parents bought a home in Brooklyn for less than $30,000. Now they're passed on now, and we'll be getting rid of that family home for can't even tell you.
How much is selling for now? 2 million? How much you guys selling for?
More, right?
2 million?
But it's in the neighborhood. Know New York, it's in that neighborhood, right? Because it's on 2 lots and unattached. Right.
So it's selling for about 3 million, right?
Right.
About 3 million.
The house similar to
that's why you need to
record at 6.3. Here's the point.
That's why you need to shut up. That's why you need to shut up and come to the front of the class.
No. Here's the point. I'm addressing Shaka's question. I'm addressing Shaka's question. I lived it. My point is, coming through John Marshall Junior High School, IS 210. Coming dressed like a Western, dressed like Sidney Poitier with the straight leg pants and the pointy tip shoes when everybody got pro-keds on and stuff. We had to kick ass just to come home every day. So we got a reputation. Ain't nobody.
It was a privilege, brother.
So it was coconuts against pecans. It was African Americans against the kind of West Indian culture in Central Brooklyn, right?
What's the privilege in that?
Well, let me put it this way. So many of my colleagues or my friends in high school, they wanted some of the same things that I wanted. I wanted to pursue aviation. And I got the opportunity to be selected in the United States Naval Aviation Officer Program through a program called NAVIP that they have for African Americans. But instead of selecting African Americans, they try to select people who they think is more like them. I've seen it with my own tool.
All right, brother. Now, so you're basically saying that they chose a majority of non-African Americans. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
All right. So if
I'm saying a disproportionate. I'm saying a disproportionate amount for the per capita.
Okay, but is it half or is it less than half?
Well, put it this way: there was 3 black,
3 Caribbean people in the class.
There were 3 Caribbean people. Hold on. There were 3 blacks in my class, and 1 was from DC, 1 was Puerto Rican, and 1 was from Trinidad. Myself. So that's the kind of ratio right there.
Yeah. So I guess we cannot come up with some accurate figures. If we only have 3 people in your class and 1 was taken. But the thing I wanted to say is that Elijah Muhammad passed away in 1975. And before he passed away, he received, and he was mentioned in the Muhammad Speaks newspaper, the official paper of the Nation of Islam before it was called the Final Call, that $3 million was given to them by Gaddafi as ruler of Libya. Now, some people will argue it was not a gift, that he was alone. What's it called again? When you have to pay, what's it called again? When you have to pay back, that word escapes me. Interest-free loan. I never heard about the Nation of Islam paying back. So back in the 70s, they had $3 million from Gaddafi. And later on, we have Khalid Abdul Muhammad on tape saying that he received $5 million from Gaddafi, and that was supposed to go to the NOI as well. So if some people want to question Khalid Muhammad's $5 million, we can stick with the NOI and that $3 million. So how much $3 million was worth in the 70s? Probably a whole lot of money. So,
well, I did a presentation on the panel
the NOI did nothing with the money. Nothing more than make themselves rich. Nothing more than made elite people with it rich. They did not grow the Black community.
Just before World War II, I did a presentation regarding the Tuskegee Airmen of that era, and again, the people that were selected in this country were individuals that the white people felt looked like them.
15% of the Black airmen were immigrants. 15%. After I did it, I went and looked it up. 15% of them were immigrants. 85% of them was immigrants.
And you know the percentage of Black Americans in the country at the time was less than that, less than 15.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You don't understand the number. Of all the Tuskegee Airmen, only 15% of them were immigrants. 85% of them was Black American.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying to you. So the vast majority of Tuskegee Airmen were of ADOS origin. Listen to me carefully because you still don't hear me. All the Tuskegee Airmen, all the Black pilots. So if there was 1,000 Black pilots, only 150 of them were of immigrants. And these immigrants were Caribbean immigrants, Trinidad, Jamaica, right? So when you're saying that it's not, so immigrants took 15% of the species and 85% of the species were ADOS. Right, so the original argument that you were saying, because we have to think about Black Wall Street.
Because
they would burn down Muslim towns.
At the time they were making of selections, if you see the African diaspora in the United States, do you think 15% of the African diaspora in the United States were Caribbean?
No, they might have been overrepresented. I'm not arguing with you that. 5% may have been Caribbean. So we might have been overrepresented in terms of the Black persons who were chosen.
We're overrepresented now too. I'm saying the numbers didn't change much. Of the
James, what is your point? What are you talking about? You know, these people being picked in school and being picked in the army. What does it have to do with Nation of Islam receiving $3 million and not dealing much with it?
No, we don't want to lose the point. The main point was regarding what good that mobilization and organization like what the NOI provides, what good has it done? And I was making a point, Stu Pease was making a point that how the Christians and everything were so, organized and so good.
Stop. That's a lie. That's a lie. You see, that's why you need to come to the front of the class. You know? I'm the substitute teacher today. Come to the front of the class. Let me tell you what I was saying. I said, you're not a good listener, James. I said that the Nation of Islam has done nothing. You said, what has the Catholic Church done? I said the Catholic Church has done more for Black people than the Nation of Islam. That's what I said. I did not say anything about the Christians being good. I've always said Christianity had a role to play in the emancipation of our people. But I have never said that Christianity
Your point,
is the only thing.
to your point, one of the Nation of Islam members, Malcolm X, made the point: if this man stabs you in the back and pulls the knife halfway out, that's what your analogy is with the Catholic Church. The doctrine of discovery enslaved us, and you come now in 2022.
James, the doctrine of discovery did not
Catholic Church
enslave us.
has done more.
James, you have been in this. James, you have been in this community too long to be misrepresented what it is saying. You have been in pseudo killers too long, James. You are not a good listener. You are not a good listener, James. Nobody has ever said that. Nobody has ever said that. You are making that shit up. Did slavery exist before the doctrine of discovery? When the Portuguese James, answer this question. Did slavery exist before the doctrine of discovery? Did slavery exist before the doctrine of discovery, James? That's the question I'm asking you.
The answer is yes.
So how was the doctrine of discovery responsible for slavery then, James?
Well, okay, then I'll answer it with a question. Did slavery exist in the New World before the doctrine of discovery?
Was the New World discovered before the doctrine of discovery, James? Was the New World discovered before when was the doctrine of discovery, James?
Same year. The people that authorized it is probably what sent Columbus out.
Did Columbus know about the New World before he sailed?
Why are you asking me what Columbus
knew?
Because
you're making statements. James, think logically, James. If step one happened, you said the doctrine of discovery was responsible for Columbus sailing. No,
I didn't say.
That's what you just said.
He said he was responsible for slavery, I think.
Yes, that's what he said. You realize that he's all over the place. James, let your thoughts one follow one. Everything you're doing, from today onward, I'm going to teach you how to think. Think as if you're landing a plane.
I believe it.
James. Think like when you're landing a plane.
Come on.
Whenever you're going to... No. I'm not going to make you speak. Anytime you're going to talk from now on, think like you're going to land the plane. Remember, when you land the plane, you have a certain checklist. Checklist. And each procedure follow this next procedure. Do not put the wheels down before you adjust the flaps, James. You're adjusting the flaps before you put... You're putting the wheels down before you adjust the flaps, James. You're going to have a catastrophic situation. That's how you're supposed to think. Like you're landing a plane. No, go ahead, James. Go ahead, James.
Catholic Church.
No. Go ahead, James. Say what you're saying.
No, are you walking back what you said? My contention is a counter narrative to what you clearly said. You said that the Catholic Church is so good for Black people, right? I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to. My point is,
I did not say that, James. But continue. When you finish, I'll answer.
Are you saying the Catholic Church did not enslave us?
All right. Can I answer now, James? This is what I said, James. Listen carefully. I'm going to repeat it. The question was brought up: what did the NOI do for Black people? And I said the NOI has done nothing for Black people. Right. You said the Catholic Church is no different than the NOI. I said,
right, no different.
You was the one who brought up the Catholic Church, James, not I. You did.
Right.
Then I said the Catholic Church has done more for Black people than the NOI. Full stop. If you want to do it like a fat girl, period. Right? The Catholic, that's what I said. The Catholic Church has done more for Black people, period. And that is where I start my statement. I did not go into the massacres, what the Catholic Church probably signed off on.
Okay.
And I said that they have done more. Right? That's period.
Is that the last contention? Okay. Because I'm going to chop that up. Is that your last contention? Right? Because what I said as a counter narrative, you said the Catholic Church did not enslave us. Right? I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to. My point is,
I did not say that, James, but continue. When you finish, I'll answer.
you.
All right. Can I answer now, James?
that the very institution that enslaved us, I even gave the final straws, I gave the analogy that Malcolm X gave regarding the knife in the back and pulling out halfway, right? And my contention that the Catholic Church, through the doctrine of discovery, was responsible for enslaving us in the New World is an accurate statement.
And all right, James, I'm going to teach you history now. You ready? This is common history, and Shaba Shaka is going to second it with me. Slavery in the Americas, and when we're talking about the Americas, we're not going to talk about the Portuguese in Brazil. We're going to talk about the Caribbean. We're going to talk about Canada. We're going to talk about United States, right? Slavery in the Americas is a direct result. Listen. The majority of slaves that came to America came under British rule. Listen carefully. No, came under British rule. Under British rule. 90% of slaves that came to America came under British rule. I will go as far as the 95% came under British rule. The British were not Catholics. Remember that. The British were not Catholic. The British were always in turmoil and conflict with the other European nations because the British put aside Catholicism. They weren't Catholics. What were the British, James? Let me see if you know history.
Anglican.
What were the British? The British were Anglicans. So the slavery and the papal papers has nothing to do with
But before you dig this hole, man, let me stop you. I mean, I can't stand to see you dig this hole so deep. Now, you're wrong, okay? First, you can unwrong it by saying, what are you saying is America? All right? What is America?
I am saying America, before the colonies, the original 13 states.
Okay, so you're talking about
original
the states.
13 states.
Okay,
listen carefully.
You're
the original 13.
You not being clear. You know how your boy Jabari. You're not being clear. Okay, listen. America entails North, South, and Central. Central, of course, being where you and I are from. The Caribbean is considered Central America. All right. So now for you to say the British brought most of the slaves to America is categorically wrong.
Who brought them, James? Who brought the slaves to America, James? Who brought most of the slaves to America?
You excluded them in the first place.
No. Who brought most of the slaves to America?
Which was the Portuguese.
And as a matter of fact, Portuguese brought slaves to Brazil. Are you Brazilian? Are you Brazilian, James?
I'm Trinidadian. I'm right off the coast.
You're Trinidadian.
I'm right off the coast of Venezuela.
Before Trinidad get independence, it was a colony of what, James? Where was Trinidad a colony of?
Okay, then you tell me.
Answer the question.
And what was the colony? Who was the first colony? We're talking about the first or the last.
Did Trinidad fly the Union Jack, James? James, did Trinidad
was colonized by the French, the British, and the Spanish. Which one are you talking about?
Who was the last colonizers?
So now you're going to talk about the last.
No. During sugarcane, when sugarcane was at its highest in Trinidad.
Listen.
Who controlled? No. When sugar was the highest and it required slaves, who controlled?
Wrong question.
No. Listen, I'm asking the right question.
Let me try to show you.
When sugar was king,
are you familiar?
Who controlled Trinidad?
Are you familiar? We'll get to the economics. Are you familiar with the West African Squadron? You see? Now, Shaka, I think he's from London, right? He may be more familiar with the West Africa. Do you know when the British decided and why they decided to end slavery?
I don't know. I'm not from England. I lived in England, but
all right.
I'm in France. I'm of Haitian descent. But brothers, if you don't mind, I just wanted to greet you all because I'm gonna have to get ready for work. Later. But just before I leave, I want to say that before the transatlantic slave trade, there was the arable Muslim or sub-Saharan slave trade. So whoever wants to argue that the Catholics, the role of the Catholics, which is a reality when it comes to the slave trade, they picked up only after the Muslims. If it wasn't for the Muslim slave trade part, there might not have been a transatlantic slave trade. But thanks a lot, brothers. Good deal, and stay safe. All right.
All right, Shaka. Be cool, man.
All right. Thank you.
Well, Stupies is down to the wire now. Now is where the rubber meets the runway. Okay. Now, you follow where I'm going with this yet?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, Stupies, look it up, because by now you should have found the West African Squadron, the set of ships, many that the British had now to raid the slave ships that's going down to into the Americas, right? Because it was no longer feasible for everybody to get wealthy off of the slaves, and now they're going to even the playing field. Okay, so when you ask me about who was cutting cane in Trinidad and who is getting all that molasses and who's making this rum and I could tell you all of that, but that's not the point. The point is they're all members of NATO. There were certain European countries that was involved with the slave trade, but we are talking about the inception to when it ended and who's got the bulk of it. And my friend, the East India Company and the West India Company, all of that stuff, they're big in it. I can't tell you who is bigger, okay? But I can tell you that it was the doctrine of discovery that set it off, because they are most related to the Arabs that Shaka just mentioned, and it cannot be refuted. But if you have data and if you have information, I'll be glad to listen.
Okay, can I speak now? Because I have something in the room. That dude who was saying that the Arabs were responsible for the Portuguese slave trade, as if the Portuguese was enslaved long before they encountered the Arabs. Scripture, that dumb fuck, that dumbest fuck in the world. All right, James, let me explain my point of view to you. And this is my point of view, and we will follow it logically.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest enslaver, apart from the Portuguese who went to Brazil, when we're talking about slavery, and we're talking about us in North America and the Caribbean, we're talking about the slaves who came in this region of the world, not further south down in Brazil, right? Prior to the discovery of the cotton gin, American slave trade was not in high numbers. Slavery in America was not in high numbers before the cotton gin. The cotton gin made it lucrative to plant cotton. Right? And as a result of that, it resulted in an explosion of the numbers of slaves.
By the British.
By the British.
Now the
British. No, hold on. Let me finish. By the British.
Right.
The British was already in the Caribbean.
No, listen.
Let me finish, please. The British were in the Caribbean because the lands in the Caribbean were good at planting sugar cane.
Oh, God.
And sugar cane was labeled.
Because you know the Spanish was in the Caribbean before the British. You know that, right?
But the Spanish weren't planting sugar cane.
What?
Go back and look. The Spanish were mostly cattle rearers.
No, in Santo Domingo and in Port-au-Prince, in Hispaniola, the Spanish crop was sugar.
It was after the British established that sugar was king, the Spanish went into sugar. The British was the first who went into sugar, and the Spanish followed them into sugar. Listen carefully, you can read it up. If you don't believe me, the British was in sugar, The Spanish saw the amount of money that was being made in sugar. By that time, the Spanish has
and the sugar
lost.
was,
Listen. Let me finish.
and the
By
sugar.
that time,
I'm not gonna. That's not where my war is. Okay.
no. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking because you're cutting me. Prior to that, most of the lands in the Caribbean were Spanish lands. Most of the countries that were occupied by the Spanish. The British came, and the only place that was left was Haiti or Santo Domingo, that part of Haiti that was divided between the Spanish and the French, and Cuba. The British kicked the Spanish out of most of the other islands in the Caribbean. The Spanish occupied all the islands in the Caribbean at one
But
time.
that's only after they abolished slavery.
When did the British kick the Spanish out of Trinidad? Before or after slavery? When did the British kick the Spanish out of Trinidad? Before or after slavery? It was before slavery. The British kicked the Spanish out of most of the islands before the end of slavery. They used those islands to produce sugarcane. Sugar was realized that as a very lucrative crop, the Spanish went into sugar. Most slaves came to the Caribbean first because in America they were mostly planting tobacco at that time with a little bit of cotton. Cotton was not lucrative until the invention of the cotton gin. When the cotton gin came about, it's a yes. Then afterwards, a massive amount of slaves were imported in the US for the purpose of production of cotton. Then the United States closed off the importation of new slaves from Africa and started having slave farms. The millions of slaves that resulted came from about 300,000 slaves as a result of slave farms in the United States. The British was responsible for the mass amount of slavery in this part of the Americas. Prior to the British, you had slaves, but not in that large number. So when people talk about the papal papers, I'm bringing it back around to what you said originally. The British didn't give a fuck about any papal decree because they weren't Catholic.
No, you listen.
Stop. You need to understand that if the British was responsible for the majority of slaves in this part of the New World, and they weren't Catholic, they didn't give a fuck about the papal. So you need to stop using that.
No, you got your times all mixed up, man. You got your
Cotton wasn't king before the cotton gin, Donald. Look at it. Go back and look at it, Donald.
And the slaves
sugar was king before cotton. And the only place in America that sugar can go is Florida. And at that time, Florida was not taken over yet. Florida was taken over by which president went to Florida and kicked the Seminoles, the Indian asses.
In the 1800s, you're coming up way over to Andrew Jackson now.
No. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody else. Cotton was king in America after the invention of the cotton gin. Before the invention of the cotton gin, cotton wasn't lucrative.
We're not arguing the same point anymore. We're not arguing the same point anymore.
No. I'm not talking. It's not you're talking to Jim. I'm talking to somebody else.
Okay.
In the chat, who said cotton was king before the sugar. Cotton was king before the cotton gin. The cotton gin is responsible.
He could be right, but why? What would be the necessity for the cotton gin?
They used to produce cotton.
By the way, what do you think the leading crop in the U.S. is right now?
I don't think it's cotton. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's something down in California. California is the biggest farming place in America. I don't know that. I'm not afraid to say what I don't know. I'm not following that. But again, my thing is that the English didn't give a fuck about the papal decree. The English at the time was the strongest navy, and they took what they wanted.
I already told you what religion they were. We're not even discussing, how they came here as settlers, and next thing is private property. This is not my argument.
What is the argument, Jim?
The Anglican is not my argument. My argument was that the Catholics were enslaving before Anglicans. And Anglicans or the Protestant that separated from the Anglicans that came through Plymouth Rock, they didn't come with slaves.
All right.
Those British people, they didn't come with slaves. And the Spanish and Portuguese were slaving all through the Caribbean at the same time.
Okay.
Even before.
All right, listen. How was the Protestant? James, think logically, James. Were they slaves in England? Were they slaves in England?
Yes,
was England? No. Stop.
But the Puritans were objectors.
Was England and France slave land? Let me explain what I mean by slave land. Oh God. There were certain lands in the world. When the president who had the children with the black girl, what's his name? Andrew Jackson? No, it's not Andrew Jackson. Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, the old general. When he went to France with his little slave, with his daughter, and his daughter had this young black girl accompanied him. When she went to France, the instant she set foot in France, she could have asked for her freedom. She was a free girl in France. In England, the same rules apply. There are certain lands that when they went to England, a black person in England, if they run out from the master, they could claim their freedom. Because they did not encourage slavery in those lands. They were slavers, but they didn't want any slavery in the homeland. When the Protestants leave England, how will they have come to Plymouth Rock with slaves if there wasn't any fucking slaves in England, James?
No, but you're saying same time England is such a big slaver?
Yes, but it's outside, not on the home territory.
Oh, okay.
Not on the home territory.
Of course not. I mean, it's a triangular slave trade. That's not the point either.
Right, but you said the Protestant did not come from England with any slaves. Where would they get them from in England?
Well, I'm not going to argue. I mean,
no. You made no. I said think logically, James.
You asked
James,
me where they get them.
You said the Protestant came from England and they did not carry any slaves. And I'm asking you, where would they have gotten them from, James?
If they didn't have any, where would they have
why would you have brought up that
where
argument?
would they have gotten them from?
Then why would you have brought up that argument, James? Yeah, the slave trade in Liverpool is well known, everything is everything. Because the ships left from Liverpool with goods such as pots and pans and trinkets and guns, and they went to West Africa. It's a triangular trade, everything is everything. So they did not leave from Liverpool. The ships did not leave from Liverpool laden with slaves. They were laden with goods for trade for slaves. And then they went to West Africa. And these goods were exchanged for slaves. And then they went to the Americas. So from Liverpool to West Africa is one leg. And then they went to America. And they dropped off these slaves. And they picked up sugar in the Caribbean and cottons in the Americas. And those ships went back to Liverpool with sugar and cotton, and laden with sugar and cotton and rum.
Laden.
Right? So therefore, slaves did not come from England. Everything is everything. Goods came from England. They went to Africa. Slaves came from Africa. They went to America. Guns for Queen, the woman king, and other leaders. They were trading guns. They were trading everything for slaves.
Yeah, there's a big conversation regarding the economic.
Pots and pans and everything. You have to understand the slave trade. It's a three-legged.
Little trinkets. Right? And that's something that we got to face one of these good days. But
it is already faced, because some people said Africans were slavers, but they want to be male or female, that certain tribes were slavers, and certain people said no, the action was a result of the situation. So that argument has already been discussed. Uncle has discussed it, and Sheffrin has discussed it, and Concrete Core. James, you need to sit in the front of the class and hold me ears. That was already discussed.
That's not my point. You're not listening to me. You're making your own points with the chat.
All right. What's the point you're making?
I can understand that. Here's a good graduation to this thing. From the front of the class, let's. Why do you think that the previous British colonies are doing better economically than the Spanish colonies, Spanish and Portuguese, in the 21st century?
Let's look at British colonies now, James. Let's look at what's happening. The British colonies, and not all British colonies are doing better than Spanish colonies, because let's look at all the British colonies that existed.
No, the US was a English colony,
and Canada was an English colony.
Right. And you know what was a Spanish colony?
Mexico was a Spanish colony.
Okay, so do you think the economy of Canada and the US is doing better than Mexico?
Yes, James, you cannot look at it like that.
Okay, so then all you have to do is agree with me on that point.
All right, is the economy of Jamaica doing better than Mexico? Jamaica was a British colony.
I'm talk about your point.
No. You said the original statement you made, James. Let's go back. The original statement you made is that British colonies are doing better than Spanish colonies. So you mentioned America and Canada. They are doing very well. But other British colony, is Zimbabwe doing better than Mexico, James? Zimbabwe was a British colony. Let's name all the British colonies, James. Are they doing better than all?
That's what you do. Put all the British colonies. No. That's what you. In order to get my point, put all the British colony together and put all the Spanish colony together and tell me who's doing better.
Only 2 British colony is doing better than everybody else, and it's America and Canada, James. And what you must take into consideration is this: America and Canada production levels were high. And afterwards, when they had 2 significant wars. They had the War for Independence. And after the War for Independence, America was in a ton load of debt.
No, you see how you jump around time?
No, because you're saying they're doing better. And I'm going to tell you why they're doing better.
No, let me tell you why. The British valued the Caribbean colonies more. Don't give me that. Come on, man.
The British did not value the Caribbean colonies more. The British valued America more than anything else.
They couldn't have America in 1976.
1776, out of America by the Americans. Prior to them being kicked out of the Americans were colonies of the British government. The Americans were British.
That's right.
Prior to them being kicked out, you had Union Jack all over America.
And at the same time, the Jamaica was a more lucrative colony than, let's say, Virginia.
Because they had a single crop growing in Jamaica at the time. They had a single crop. What was the single crop they had growing in Jamaica at the time?
I'm not Jamaican. I only like the things from the northern mountain.
No. What was the single crop they had growing?
No, ask me. I don't know Jamaica. I ain't Jamaican.
Sugarcane. The same crop they had growing in Trinidad.
It's the same
crop they had growing. The same crop they had growing in Trinidad.
We was cutting cane. You know that. We was cutting cane.
Then that is what I'm saying to you, James. James, think logically, James. Follow it step by step by step.
No, so then don't say that they were valuing. If we're talking about a specific time, don't try to make my statement wrong. My statement is correct. You can't show it's wrong. You're beating around the bush trying to show it's wrong.
No, James, you said British colonies are richer than Spanish colonies.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm saying to you that how many colonies the British have? And the question is, if you look at all the British colonies, how many of them are successful?
And I'm saying that question would be pettifogging. It would be a digression.
No. You said, James, based on your question, James, you said all, A-L-L. You said all British colonies are better than Spanish colonies. That's not your question.
I know. I even put a timestamp on it.
No. James, what was your question, James? Ask the
man,
question again, James.
I listened to me carefully so you could reiterate, so I could reiterate so you'll catch it. I said that British colonies are more lucrative, are more economically lucrative than the Spanish colonies in the 21st century. I stipulated.
Okay. All right. Okay, pause. Stop there, James. So we're in the 21st century now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And everything done happened.
And then we are going to look at all the British colonies. We're going to look at all the British colonies worldwide. Because what happened to you, James, is that, yes, thank you, Pure Black. I did not remember Australia. You are right. So I can include Canada, America, and Australia. Mm-hmm. And New Zealand, if you want to say New Zealand.
Sure. Kenya was good for them too.
Oh
God. But we're here. We are right here. But why are you denying it though? Why are you denying? Because you want to put Cuba against St. John's? Well, I don't. That doesn't make any sense. My point is, in this institution of the slave trade, there were colonies established for that purpose, and in time, these colonies have grown into independent nations, and they have economy and GDPs, and it has all of this. And I'm saying there's a reason why the British colonies are worth more, let's say, in terms of economic value than the Spanish colonies. And you're doubting it for some reason. And that's
Gary, India is a developing economy. It's on the verge of becoming developed, but it still has the GDP, and the disparity in wealth is significantly vast. So you have very rich Indians, but at the same time, the majority of the people fall below the poverty line. That's why I did not mention them as part of the successful nation.
No, you don't want to mention them. I would have mentioned.
I'm talking about Gary Hart. Listen. I'm talking to Gary Hart, and I have moved on from that conversation because you do not want to accept the fact that at one time, Britain had the most colonies in the world. Britain is
never denied. You never even brought that up as a. You never even brought.
I started to, and you didn't allow me to finish, because what I was saying to you, James, is that you are not taking all the colonies that the British had under consideration. You just said British colonies are doing better than Spanish colonies, and I'm saying to you, apart from a few British colonies, most of them is not doing better than Spanish colonies. That's what I am saying. Right? At one point, Britain had the most colonies. And out of them, 4 of them is doing really well. And they happen to be the white countries. So are you saying to me, James, that white countries are better than everybody else? Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
because it sounds that way.
That's not the argument. A better question would have been, is Jamaica more economically viable than Cuba?
No, it's not.
Now, it's right next to each other. How do you explain that? You see? So don't doubt them, Iman. Well, I don't know how for you guys, man. But what I come to do is I come to break the cycle of pseudo.
See there, James, you're the biggest pseudo I know, James, you are the biggest pseudo.
No.
I love James. I love you like a brother. I'm not disrespecting.
Likewise, Frenchman.
I've never tried to disrespect you. I love you like a brother. But let's be honest, James. You have changed the argument, you have twisted the argument. Now you're comparing Jamaica to Cuba.
You went Jamaica and Mexico, now I can't go Jamaica, Cuba.
Right? You're comparing Jamaica.
Right across you went right across the damn Caribbean, and I couldn't go right next door.
No. I asked you earlier. You said British colonies are doing better than Spanish colonies.
Yes,
I said to you, say, are all the British colonies doing better than Spanish colonies? Can I ask you that question? Are all the British colonies doing better than Spanish colonies, James?
I said it's pettifogging, and I just prove it with
No,
Canada.
no. Answer that question. No. It's a yes or no question. Are all the British colonies doing better than Spanish colonies, James?
That's not my point.
No. Please answer that question, James.
No.
Huh?
Yes.
That means, what's the answer, James? What's the answer, James?
Yes is no.
That means that the question you asked wasn't a logical question, James.
It was.
That's what I'm trying to put to you.
I didn't pose a question. I made a statement.
Then the statement, it wasn't a logical statement, James. It had too many fallacies, James. James,
no, it isn't.
I tell you, anytime you open your mouth now, James, put all your arguments in a row like you're landing an airplane.
No, logically, now it's contradiction.
Put all your arguments in a row and think about landing an airplane, James. If the flaps are not supposed to go up yet, don't use that argument.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what the flaps do. So you can't make arguments.
You want to bet, James? James, you want to bet? You want to bet $1,000 that I know what the flaps do?
Tell me, what does the flap?
You want to bet $10,000 that I know what the flaps do?
Listen. Let me bet Corey first, because I could pay you with Corey money.
James, you want to bet $1,000?
No, you're looking it up right now. You're looking it up right now. You're looking. Just answer the question and forget about the money. Don't worry about my money. I'm too close to retirement to bet. I don't bet.
All right. Let's make it easier, James. Let's make it easier.
Just keep typing and find out what flaps do.
You want to bet $500?
You can't answer the question. Just don't forget it.
You want to bet $500, James.
Don't talk to me about flaps if you don't even know what they do. I'm giving you the goods as it is in the new world. The new world that you are from this world.
James,
when you immigrate, as a grown man or a child.
James, all right, James. Let me say something. Tell me if I'm wrong. Let me answer a question. Let me just answer a question. Tell me if I'm wrong. Based on the shape of the airplane wings, based on the shape, it allows air to travel faster along one surface of the wing than the other surface of the wing. Right? I'm just saying something. Let me finish and then you correct me.
Oh, you're just showing me what you know, because I don't know why you informing me of this.
No. I'm not. If I'm showing you what I know, and tell me if I'm wrong. That's what I'm asking you to grade me based on my presentation. No, the air that is traveling over the wings allows lift. Now, if you have flaps on an airplane and you increase the flaps, you increase the length of the wing, and it allows for greater lift. Am I wrong or am I right?
You're wrong in your nomenclature. You're wrong.
Explain it, though. Explain it.
Because flaps are extended and retracted.
I said it increases the size of the wing. And use the word extended.
Well, let's be specific. It increases the surface area.
Right. The size of the wings, that's what I said.
Causing a greater camber.
Right. And allow for lift. Right.
But you're not there. You're just allowing for lift, and you're not going through the dynamic reaction, you see? And I can't go next. And I cannot teach you, Javier. I'm a professional.
James, I love you like a brother, James. James, I love you like a brother. But you need to be honest, James. I know what the flaps does.
Oh, you probably find out by now. That's you know what the flaps does. It's still you still haven't explained what it does. Just because it increased the surface area and increased more lift, it also increases more drag. You're not complete with what you're saying. You're not complete.
It
You're not
also the word, James,
what the flaps
it also
do.
the word also mean along with, right? Also can be substituted with the word along with. So
No, but
apart
you're
from
not
increasing,
speaking to what it
what else
does.
it does?
You're not
What else it does?
the main thing that it does, you don't know. You're
Or
just,
tell me the main thing that it does,
no,
James.
that will be teaching you aviation. I'm not going to
No,
teach.
no. Tell
I'm
me
not
what's the main thing that the
ground
flaps
school
do.
free.
No. Tell me what the flaps do. What's the main thing the flaps does, James? The main thing.
You listen, the same way you could probably Google it. You could probably
No.
Google it.
No.
I'm true to my game.
James, no.
Listen,
James, tell me
you
the
know how,
main thing the flaps do.
you know how
Since
much
I was
people pay
unable
for,
to say,
if I told you how
that
much people pay for that question,
it increased
if
the
I
size of
tell
the
you
wing.
how
I
much
said,
people pay for the answer to that question,
I said to you, it increases the size of the wing. You said it increased the surface area. Tomato.
Mhm.
Tomato. I said
Yeah,
increase size. You said increase surface area.
yeah.
Tomato. Isn't that?
But see,
It's the same thing.
it's almost like the adage, the whole is
Tomato.
greater than the sum of the parts.
But James, you still. What has the flaps done, James? What the flaps do?
Flaps does something specific, and what you are saying that it does
James.
is what it does mechanically.
James. So you're saying that you said what I'm saying that it does mechanically. What does it do, James?
I'm professionally prevented from answering that kind of questions on this channel.
Irvin, what does the flap? No, I don't owe James
to someone
$10,000
on open air.
James owe me
What does
because
the
him asked what the flaps
Well, I'm
do.
telling you,
The
there's more
flaps
to learn
increase the size
than
of the
that.
wing.
You
That's
don't think you know
basically what the flaps do.
aviation. Don't think you know aviation because you know this flap increases the surface area of the wing. That's
If
all.
I had indigenous black man, if I had the link, I'd drop it in because I really would love to talk to you. Because 2 seconds after you start talking, you see where you're going. No, it's not 10,000 Jamaican currency. Because
you know the man, sir?
So Irvin, you said it does not increase the size of the wing? The flaps don't increase the size of the wing?
I said although it increases the size of the wing, that doesn't answer the question. That's not what the flap does.
All right. Let me go on Google and answer what the flaps does. Because I was looking. Let's see. What does the flap on the airplane does?
I'm prevented by professional ethics.
When the airplane is taking off, the flaps help to produce more lift. Conversely, flaps allow for a steep but controllable angle during landing.
That's it right there. So you were still focused on takeoff. You were still focused on takeoff and more lift.
Can help to shorten the amount of runway length.
There you, I can tell you, there it is. That's what the flaps do.
When the first thing I said, Flames. The first thing I said, James. I need to call you Flames now because you're burning up.
You ashes right now.
Flames. The first thing I said to you is that how the wings of an airplane work is that on one surface, the air moves faster, and on the other surface, the air moves slower. This movement of air allows for lift. And when you increase the flap, you increase the surface area. That was your word, surface area. My word was size. So because the wings now become bigger, you generate more lift. When you are landing, you're going to reduce.
Hold up 1 second. Do you know that there are more than one type of flaps? I mean, you think it only gets bigger, and that's why I'm telling you, the words I'm using are more accurate than what the flap. A slotted flap. A slotted flap. Wait,
James
a split flap. Does the wing get bigger? A split flap. Does the wing get bigger?
And I said, James, I would never disrespect.
I'm trying to tell you.
No. This dude I'm talking to this dude on the summit. I would never ever disrespect Flames, James the Flames, on how to fly an airplane. I would never go that. He said, I do not know what the flaps does. I don't know everything, right? I don't know everything. I know the areas. We were here talking when somebody put up the the meter on the thing, and I was telling, and that day I was saying to James that yard, pitch, and roll. I started learning how to fly a Cessna, and I couldn't bother. The plane was too small. I was fearful. It's a little plane. So I went for 2 lessons, and I said, fuck this bullshit. I'm not dying in this little thing. So I did basic flying classes. I had the books. That was years ago. Right? So therefore, when James said, I don't know what flaps does, I laughed. Because James started out on a Cessna. He'll tell you that. What you started out on, James?
Cessna 172.
Right. Everybody started out on a Cessna.
Just
because it's one of the cheapest planes to get into. If you have 50,000, you can get a good used Cessna for about 50,000 now. Right, James?
Absolutely.
A good used Cessna.
Yeah, for that money, that's a very good, nice family airplane. Nice.
I don't like them. They're small. And it's almost shoulder to shoulder. I would never disrespect James, but James wants to get very technical with everything. See, Stonic probably been into a Cessna. That's the most frightening plane to fly to me. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun for some people, but I don't like them. They're small.
I learned that at 17 years old, years ago, in the 70s.
Right. And it's still the most popular plane now to teach people how to fly.
Yes, it is.
Everything is everything. I'm not arguing with James about piloting stuff. We were arguing about the flaps, not piloting stuff. I would never argue with James on what runway to take, how to map out an airport, how to map a flight plan. Because most people think that piloting a plane is about jumping around the plane and pushing a 2 button and taking off, like you're driving an old Chevy. It involves far more than that. So I never argue with James on that. That would be redundant of me. I would never question James on his ability to fly a plane. All I was saying that James said I did not know what the flaps. I didn't go into great detail because he never bet me the $10,000 or the $500. If he bet me the $500, I would have gone into a recitation. You see that I'll be quoting Shakespeare for the $500.
Well, you got that last point. When you got that point, when it steepens the angle without increasing the speed, that's what the flaps do. That's really what it's do. It's all about coming down for that landing.
And going up.
Well, not every plane uses the trailing edge flaps. There are leading edge flaps too, So when you're talking about takeoff and increasing the surface area, now you're talking about leading edge, trailing edges, and 10 degrees flaps, and here's the point. Every controlled surface, has a specific aeronautical value, right? And increasing the lift has to come with increasing the drag, and that's a given, right? In some circles, in order to maintain that equilibrium, you got to give and take, and that's what it's all about. Having that feeling, and using science in order to maintain.
Okay, I'm going to answer a question, right? I'm going to answer a question now, and I need you to tell me if I'm wrong or right. An airplane stall. When an airplane stall is a result of this. The air that is going over the wings is not of sufficient speed to provide lift. I'm just giving a layman term. I'm not getting complicated. When the air going over an airplane, when the air going over the wings of an airplane, is not of the speed as to provide lift. That plane would stall. True or false? Unless you change the trajectory of glide. That means a lot of people to pull out of a stall.
Don't get it worse. Don't make it worse. Don't make it worse.
Right. The air coming over the wings. So the air coming over the wings of the airplane is too slow.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I know you think logically. You have a decent mind, Stupice. All right. It's just that with your level of knowledge, it's just not.
No, I use in the layman terms because I understand.
Right.
I read up on.
But that's the nature. The nature of aviation. The nature of aviation is not layman. You see, it's not layman. It's simply not. So you know.
Okay. What caused a plane to stall?
Exceeding the critical angle of attack.
When you exceed the critical angle of attack, let's say I am flying my Cessna and I came down and the angle of attack, I understand what the angle of attack is. I might not can explain, but the angle of attack is how the wings are positioned in the air.
No.
How the plane is positioned.
Listen,
I'm looking at the plane as a lateral.
Hear me out.
Use layman terms. Use layman terms, James. James, if you know it, you can teach it. If you know it, you can teach it. And if you know it, you can teach it in layman terms.
Listen. I refuse to teach here. First of all,
use layman terms.
If I did teach, I wouldn't be using layman terms because this is not the nature of the beast. All right,
James.
Simple answer. No.
James,
let me make it.
James, you're going from your son carried to school.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question, and then you see what I mean. Okay.
James, your son carried to school and say, "My class in class," and somebody and a 6-year-old, a 6-year-old said to you, say, "Mr. James, pilot, Captain James. What caused a plane to stall?" You're speaking to a 6-year-old now, James.
And I would tell him exceeding the critical angle of attack.
I need to ask you, what does he mean by that?
All right, I will go down with a 6-year-old. I would go down and I would tell them when a plane loses the laminar flow, because you already explained, and not quite, because with your explanation, it doesn't explain the science, but you explained that a molecule of air splitting the leading edge and getting out of the trailing edge at the same time, if there is a camber shape on that wing, there will be an increase in velocity of that half of the molecule going over because it's simply traveling a further distance. Is that correct? Right? So with an increase in velocity, because if it travels a further distance and gets to the trailing edge at the same time, that means it traveled faster. With an increase in velocity, that would mean a drop in pressure. And that's where that force of lift is created. It's a dynamic reaction. So it's basically sucking, the force now resultant is up, perpendicular to the center of pressure of that wing, right? So if a 6-year-old,
and guess what, James?
That question,
James, the 6-year-old would understand your answer, because
I would
the 6-year-old will ask you, does the air travel faster over the top of the wing or the bottom of the wing?
6-year-olds wouldn't be. 6-year-olds is not the target.
So the wing. So no. I'm just asking.
Not the target audience for this science.
So the air, would the air travel faster up on the top of the wing or the bottom of the wing, James?
All right. A 6-year-old wouldn't ask that question. They just wouldn't have to get, and it would be futile to answer that question for that 6-year-old. It's traveling faster on top or in the bottom.
Does the air travel at the same speed over the two leading sides of the wing?
No, the thing to explain is the dynamic reaction. These are the type of
James, you're in the conscious community, James. In the conscious community,
I can't reduce.
You don't get it so complicated, James. If you know it, you can teach it. You do what you're doing now is what Ja Wood does when he explaining Chem.
I don't know if
He's
he's
trying to get very complicated in a
I
matter.
don't know he's
We're
I don't know
asking
if he's a
people.
certified instructor, but that's what I am. I mean, for you, a layman, to tell me if I could do it, then I could teach. No, I am the authorized and certified instructor. I am by law. So I
Yes,
know what I'm doing.
yes,
You're
James.
only guessing.
No, I'm not guessing. I'm guessing now because it's been so long that I've read that information that I would say that I can't pull it verbatim like 20 years ago. But so I'm just trying to remember bits and pieces. D. Irvin. D. Irvin. Oh, D. Irvin gone. I didn't get to see what it is.
I wasn't looking at the chat.
Yeah. Said, what Bro who said, stuff like this is why we are still enslaved. We're having a, I have a pilot and we're having a general conversation. I enjoy talking to Flames James. Right? James the Flames.
Now down in flames on decree by decree of Stupies.
Shut down in Flames,
Not
James.
only Corey Chef that's gunning for me, now Stupies too. Oh, good Lord.
But is that wrong, indigenous black man? All cows moo, but when them hurt, them moo louder. Yeah, all cows moo. Stupids love being a devil's advocate. I don't mind. No, but trust me. No, what we were talking about now, James. We're going back to Africa, James.
We were talking about the success of the bigger British colonies as opposed to the many, so numerous,
many smaller British colonies,
but smaller, yeah. Not Brazil. Brazil and Argentina, they had an opportunity, but look at them. Those are the biggest ones, arguably. Mexico, Brazil, Argentina. Agreed?
Argentina used to be a first world country, James. You know that Argentina fought the British for the Falkland Islands.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Remember he used to fly reconnaissance, James, and take spy pictures? Remember he was down in South America flying and taking spy pictures, James? Weren't you down there flying and taking spy pictures with the British?
Not me.
Yes, James, you was.
Not me.
You was. Some of the best pilots were down there flying and taking surveillance pictures.
No, I born right near to the American base. They had a blimp base in Trinidad back in the World War II, because the Nazis and them were coming right past Trinidad, going all down Argentina and different countries in South America.
Yeah, the submarines were doing that.
Or Carlson Field. I learned to drive there. I was born right there. It's overrun now. You might see a little outline from the air, but it's overrun now with nature, But yeah, the Americans had a big blimp base.
No, I'm talking about during the Falkland Wars. How old you was during the Falkland Wars, Jim?
No, I was still I was
about 23.
Cool. Isn't that 79? What was that, 79?
No, the Falkland Wars was about 79.
Yeah, I was in college when that came out.
Okay, so you wasn't flying reconnaissance for the Americans in Argentina?
79, I was getting my multi-engine rating.
James.
Well, I graduated in the early 80s. I graduated in the early 80s. 80 was my class, but that money was hard to come by. My dad was in the pipeline, so I had to come to New York, work a little bit, and then go pay for my last flight course. So, it wasn't easy, but yeah, I was in school. I wasn't military, but I was ROTC when the British and the Argentine.
James, there was a flying ganja plane from Jamaica to Miami, James.
The what?
You wasn't flying ganja planes. James, you look like you was flying ganja planes from Jamaica to Miami.
No, I remember when Corey and those guys had a presentation. I was informing some of the players how it doesn't. I think it was a discussion about men and high value metal, some stupid stuff.
No, James, James, no, I'm not talking about banana, James. James, weren't you flying ganja planes?
No,
You weren't flying you never fly James, you never fly a ganja plane yet. You never make a drug run from Colombia to Florida.
No, no. I'm on the West Coast. It would be coming down from Panama. It'll be coming. I don't know if you're not part of the company. You wouldn't know nothing about that.
You never used to fly reconnaissance mission during James. You were a pilot during Nicaragua, and the
Listen,
Americans were down in Nicaragua.
on these YouTube,
James,
I can
James,
neither confirm nor deny.
James, you were down in
on these
James,
YouTube.
James just flying down in Nicaragua.
Because somebody gonna come on and put
James was flying down in Nicaragua. James, weren't you flying down in Nicaragua? What size plane was flying, James? A twin engine?
So you heard of you
Flaming James, be honest. Wasn't it a twin engine that was flying down in Nicaragua?
You heard of Southern Air Transport, huh?
Weren't you flying a twin engine down in Nicaragua, James?
Listen, I was in the service during the Reagan era. I was in the service.
Were you flying a twin engine down in Nicaragua? True or false? Deny it, James.
I neither confirm nor deny any.
James was flying a twin engine down in Nicaragua.
And look at Nicaragua. Nicaragua is a U.S. territory. Look how bad they're doing. And we against Cuba, and Cuba is the best economy all around there.
Mongo, you see that, James? We need to change James to Nicaragua, James. James was flying down in Nicaragua.
You really want to see that? Are you aware of Southern Air Transport? Did you know the name of the company?
No, I don't know the name of the company, James. James, you were flying down in Nicaragua. I hear it in your voice, James. How much trips you made, James? How much trips you made in Nicaragua?
No, you're barking up the wrong tree, my friend.
Metro, we're going to change James to Oliver North. Central America, James.
You got me on the spot here. I can't even.
How old are you, James? I know, James. I'm guessing your age. And at that age, you were flying down in Nicaragua. You weren't flying jets. You were flying twin engines.
You don't know me like that.
No, I don't know you like that, James. You have a nice accent if the plane gets shut down. All you have to say, I'm Trinidadian. You know the Trinidad accent. The CIA would use you.
Yo habla español. You
don't have to speak Spanish, James. You're Trini. You're black. They used to give you a Trini passport.
Yo habla español.
Of course. You used to travel with your Trini passport, don't you, James?
Nope. Not at all.
Everything is everything. Everything is everything. James used to fly down to Nicaragua. Panama. You used to go Panama to, don't James?
I was trying to tell you, you asked a question about these dope planes. I tell you what Air Jamaica used to be doing, but you don't want to hear that.
Don't change the argument, James. Don't change the argument. You were flying from Nicaragua and Panama.
No.
You were flying from Panama.
That wasn't me.
James, Noriega know your middle name, don't James? Noriega know your name, James.
Right.
I can bet that Noriega know James' name. Anybody in the room know who Noriega is? Who is Noriega, James?
Everybody in this business know me.
James, who is Noriega?
Ain't he dead now? He dead, right? He used to have a big cutlass. He's a man with a big cutlass, right? I don't know him personally.
People, James know Noriega. Noriega used to fly from Panama and Nicaragua to California.
Listen, you didn't see me in the chat when you were interrogating that guy. Peter. When you were interrogating that guy, you didn't see me in the chat. There's a commercial with some tourists running out by a pool and a Jamaican telling him, Peter, don't go there, Peter. You're nearly dead, Peter. And I was saying that in the chat. I was cracking up.
True, man. Noriega know James' middle name. Not even his first name. Noriega have picture of James' children. Noriega have pictures of James' children, don't?
Nah, the furthest on that side I got was maybe
Where?
Tijuana, right in San Diego down there.
James, you float.
Naval Air Station. Island.
James, the twin engine that used to fly. What used to fly? The twin engine.
You know a C-12?
A C-12. That's a fast little plane, James. The C-12. Isn't that a fast plane, James?
No.
How much?
It's one of the best cabin class in the civilian world today.
Yes.
It's a Beechcraft.
But it was a fast little plane. What's the maximum weight it could carry with gas fully loaded?
Oh, it's got good payload.
Good payload, about 2,000 pounds?
Yeah, close.
Yeah. And you used to put about 1,000 pounds of fuel in it? It took about 1,000 pounds of fluid to fly to Panama.
What are you, a cop?
It used to take about 1,000 pounds of fuel to fly from something to Panama and back, right?
What are you, a cop?
James, 1,000 pounds, James. Imagine that. How much? 1,000 pounds is what? 450 keys? Where used to go? There you go.
I can't help you. I can't help you.
With a Trinidad accent. James put in work in the people. Noriega James. Panama James. From Panama James put in work, you know. You can't deny it.
No answer to these questions.
Panama James put in work. Right?
I was in the military in the 80s as an officer.
Of course. Flying a twin engine Beechcraft.
All this chat. No.
Yes.
And you're putting false information there. Not me.
He was in the armies in the 80s, flying a twin engine Beechcraft over Panama and Nicaragua.
Not this one.
Of course. Who else would dare you? You are the ideal pilot. You are black. You have an accent. If they catch you, plausible denial. I would use you, James.
I know you would. If I was foolish enough, I would probably even let them use me. If I
right, that came, James, you are black. So it's not like a white man gets shot down. It's a black Trinidadian. You used to fly from Panama to Nicaragua to something, James.
No, my business is a little, but put it this way, my business is a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah. Ollie North is your friend, James. You knew Noriega, you knew North. You never met Oliver North yet, James, be honest. Have you ever met Oliver North? Yes, you have. See how long you take to answer? James has met Oliver North. Say you didn't meet him, James. James, let me hear you say it. Say, I never met Oliver North.
I met Admiral Crow, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Oliver, I mean, why I do it, Oliver North?
James, have you never met Oliver North?
I do not know Oliver North.
You know, I did not ask you that, James. You don't know him because he's not your friend. Have you ever met Oliver North?
The answer is no.
People in the chat. Give me the new name for James. We just can't call him James anymore. I need names for James. Guatemala James. We need some names for James. We have to find a new name for James tonight.
And before any unclassified information kind of seeps out in any one of part of your questioning right here, I gotta end.
James no Oliver North.
It's already after 10 o'clock for me.
James met Noriega. James met Noriega. James,
Have nothing
how many times you flew down to Colombia?
Listen, I might be going that way pretty soon here coming up.
James, you know what a crocus bag is? A crocus bag.
No.
You have never seen a crocus bag in your life?
No, I have no idea what it is.
How many rolls of 3M tape? You know that brown 3M tape? How many rolls you normally carry in the plane? It's something like it's a brown tape.
The brown shiny plastic?
Yeah, how many rolls you normally carry with you?
I never seen that. I don't carry those with me.
How you know that it's brown shiny plastic, James?
You just described it.
No, I said the brown tape, and you said the brown shiny plastic tape. Reggie, James Noriega. He met Ali North. He was flying in the 80s. He flew at V12 plane with 2,000
Look at you
payload, 1,000 for gas.
Just don't call my whole name when you associate this thing on the logarithms, yes?
No, don't call your whole name. We're looking for a new name for you, Sandinista James.
I have to come up with an alias like everybody else on this thing.
See, Reggie calling you a professional. Professional James.
Reg, I ain't gonna mess with these guys, man. Get me in. Listen to Stupid's taping the conversation, you know.
Ask James if you know the brown tape, the brown 3M tape. James said, you mean the brown shiny one? And I said, oh, you know that's a shiny, James? I've never seen.
Let me tell. I can't tell you how Bob got it up in JFK. I could tell you, Air Jamaica would be coming in with contraband in the commissary carts.
We know that, James.
We know that, James. Yeah, that's right.
We know that, James. We know that. We know that Air Jamaica is ganja air or coke air, James. All right? We know that, James. But James, you mean that you helped to destroy the black community, James?
Me? Not me. You
make it. When you was flying down to Panama, James. When you was flying down to Panama and Nicaragua, James.
Next thing you know,
what do you think that was doing with the black community, James? You were 23 at the time, black Trinidadian. You're a nice operative, James. 6 figures, stop it. I'm not mixed up.
No, I was already. I'm half the man I used to be, as a matter of fact.
Remember, he was 23.
Back then would never allow me to do that. Never.
No, you weren't doing it. You were doing it for your country. Ali North met it. When Ali North met it, James, let's be honest. Because I've never spoken to somebody who met Ali North. I've spoken to somebody who met Noriega.
Ali North.
And I've spoken to somebody who met the Dons of Dons. When Ali North meet you, how tall is he? Is he taller than you?
Ali North officer to me at the time. I don't know about. I don't know if any of them bigger than me now.
He was taller than you, right?
I don't know what you're talking. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm just asking if Alina was taller than you. Are you taller than Alina? A simple question, yes or no. I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking, is Alina taller than you?
I have no idea. I've never met Alina. Never.
Everybody know that James didn't do that. James was not dude. I'm just being a mix-up, Reggie. I'm just being a mix-up. James didn't do that. The most thing I've ever done in my life, James, is that I went on a runway and I helped to load a ganja plane when I was a little boy.
What?
That's the only thing I ever do. I had to load a ganja plane. And I didn't get much money for it either.
I don't know how to help you, man. You don't want to mess
somebody, it's somebody I'm talking to in the chat. That was years ago when I was a little boy. But it's fun having with James. James is a straight guy.
As an arrow.
Yeah, straight as an arrow. I'm just having fun. Because he would be an ideal person. He knew it too. He knew it too because he spoke with an accent. He'd be a good, what do you call it? Asset? You'd be a good asset.
No, I could speak with an accent. You got to speak with a dialect you select, like Special Ed said. You speak with a dialect you select. You know, if I'm in Brooklyn, I could talk like I'm from Brooklyn. If I'm in Jamaica, you know, it's not just Wagwan and things like that. And if I'm in Trinidad, I talk like that guy Jedway come on there and he'll speak very nice English like a Trinidadian.
Yeah, Mongo, eight if you're cool with James.
You know, I sound like a Bronx, don't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about when they could only talk one way.
Yeah, you'd be an asset. You'd be a good asset at the time. Somebody come to you and say, James, you know?
Some glory days, though. Those are, but I would imagine you guys are, you know, in your 40s and things like that. You sound like you're about in your 40s.
No, I'm 50, James. I'm 50 now. I've done a lot of shit in my life.
We're dealing with mature men. It's mature men.
I've done a lot of shit. I've done a lot of shit. Growing up, I was a young striker. The community I came from, they call the young boys the strikers because we were associated with shower posse. So I was a young striker growing up.
Well, what I got a group doing right now is trying to establish air transportation between the Americas and Africa for trade, for the purpose of trade, because when we don't do it, they will. And it's bad enough, you know, when they had these countries that they established, because we was not invited to the party with the Berlin Conference, and when they make it impossible for you to get from Senegal to Nigeria without going to Paris or London, you know, that means we were underserved. And now we might be, there might be more investment in aviation in Africa, and we got to be a part of that because we have what's called the human resource that can improve that type of infrastructure for us.
I was watching a documentary on YouTube, and it showed the old retired Russian planes that they used to travel between some of the African countries.
And now I live in Arizona, where there's a big boneyard out here. I mean, it's got jets that they put into service, take out of service, because this whole state is like a big hangar. I mean, it's 340 days of good weather, and the air is so dry that, you know, the cars and the airplanes just sitting out, it's not going to corrode like in other moist.
Nobody's not flying in the old DC, James.
No, but you got Caribbean Airlines, some Air Jamaica. You got some the aircrafts such as MD-80s. You got some Airbuses. You got a bunch of airplanes that they store out here, and they can, you know, maybe it just needs a C check or whatever, and then it could be back in service. And the people who are looking to lease, you know, they do it, you know, from these leasing companies from Vegas to out here. And that's the new way to do it. Don't try to start an airline all on your own. It's price prohibitive. It's a very high cost structure.
Then how much for old A300, James?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's
how much for old Airbus
I'm
300.
trying to tell you how to
300.
don't think about how much is an old plane. Think about how much is a new plane with the aircraft, the crew, the maintenance, and insurance is in one price, and you market your seats. Stop thinking about old planes like Africans and Chinese. We got to start thinking ahead. You know, don't look to buy no old plane. Look to buy a new plane.
So a new A300 Airbus, which was about 200 people.
You're going. You
Yeah.
might be
Yeah,
topping.
no.
You're topping 100
Because
You know, you don't want to buy that.
Huh? You don't want to buy an A300. Would you buy an Airbus? Would you buy an Airbus or would you buy a Boeing?
I wouldn't buy neither one. I would lease it and market this and utilize it.
Which one would you lease, James? The Airbus or the American?
It depends on which one. If it's an Airbus 340, I would take a 340 over a 737.
All right. And that holds about how much people? 250? No, don't hold that much.
No, your
140?
Yeah, your that's a your 737 is probably a little less than that. But yeah, the 340 is probably getting around 200, more than 200. Yeah.
Yeah, 220. If you're smaller first class, I'm putting shitty seats. 240, 230, comfortable.
Yeah. You know, but that's a lot of money for a small country to even buy one airplane. My point is, with the different type of ACMI leases, which is aircraft, crew, maintenance, and insurance, one can just market the seats. Put it this way, for a fraction of the ownership price, I could run my flight, let's say to Liberia, from Washington, D.C., or from BWI to Liberia. And let's say I develop some business over there as a tourist location. Let's say I'm interested in building a resort.
From BVV, from British Virgin Island to Liberia, the Airbus have that range?
That could work too, but I was thinking about from Baltimore, not Baltimore.
Or from Baltimore to Liberia, that aircraft have that range?
Yeah. But because the shorter distance, we have less of a money-making population. Like the shorter distance would be like if you wanted to travel from Liberia, like Monrovia, to the edge of Brazil over there, right? I forgot the name of the city, Latham or something like that. That's the shortest distance across the Atlantic, right? That's shorter. I was going to point out that's a shorter distance than the man kayaking from Hawaii to San Francisco. And he
from Brazil to Liberia, about 3,000 miles.
Right. It's probably around that. You see? So
you, and then from Baltimore to Brazil, because it make 2 stops. You're looking at another.
I wouldn't. No. The point I was making was that the shorter distance, I wouldn't be able to build a business from Monrovia to Brazil. It'll be a better business from Baltimore.
So from Baltimore to Monrovia.
Yeah, it'll be a longer distance, but it'll be more.
Wouldn't you need a 777 or a 747?
Yeah, I would probably, the smallest I would go with probably an old 767. I probably wouldn't. A lot of the 747s and 767s are out of service now. Right? They're around here. They're parked around here. Now, yeah, if I was to get one in shape and get it airworthy and hire the aircraft, and hire the crew, the maintenance, and the insurance, and lease that airplane, it can still work. I could still see 747s flying, right? But the operation for your flag carriers for different airlines, their competitive edge is having new equipment all the time.
Yeah, because it's more economical and fuel.
Right. And not only that, you know, the marketing,
Less,
you know, in the, you
and
know,
less upkeep.
right? And the way and their depreciation schedule and the way they deal with the manufacturers, all of those reasons are better to have the new aircrafts. And then yeah, sometimes you
So how
gotta
much would it cost? How much would it cost annually to lease? This black man here, ladies and gentlemen, James is thinking about going into international travel, but we're just looking at the numbers. So how much would it cost to lease a 767, a brand new aircraft annually?
you gotta think per
About-
hour. You can't even think per year and things like that. You can't right now, we can't think like that. We gotta think about trips and hours, right? You got to think about that because to lease a plane for a year and try to run an operation, that's a big risk for any investor.
Yeah, but it would be cheaper over the long run than to
Yeah,
lease it
no, no,
hourly.
over the long run if you have a long run. You see?
All right, so therefore you lease it hourly. So therefore, from here to Africa and back, we're looking at about 20 hours trip. The layover because the flight crew cannot fly 20 hours nonstop due
No,
to regulation.
yeah, kind of marketing would have to have, you know, you can't have empty legs. The crew that goes over there and with the
Mhm.
layover is staying with the passengers to bring that plane back when it's time to come
Right,
back. And
right.
the people, our people, are willing to pay more for these private charters than they are for like a first class seat. Because number one, we could make it like a bus ride. We could make the music. We could make the food. We could control all of that with a private charter, right? And then all of the arrangements in terms of accommodations, we can network with that. But what's going to happen is our people will have a better experience. You got Africans over there making some different opportunities, such as attractions, right?
So you're looking at about $800 seat, NG.
Therefore, that's just the flight alone. Just for the flight alone, I'm thinking it's more like maybe about $1,400.
So with one trip, James, you're thinking about $250,000 there. Now, or 300,000.
Okay, so you are doing the math. So let's say it's a $2,000 trip. Let's make it even. Let's say it's a $2,000 trip. So you see if you have a payload, if you have a high density aircraft with a capacity of let's say 200.
Right.
So $2,000 times the 200, yeah, that's
400,000.
and then you minus the aircraft crew maintenance and insurance in one bundle price, and that's what you're looking at,
$250,000.
right? Overall, that's what you're looking at as your revenue, right?
So you're looking at about $100,000 per trip.
And if you now you're marketed event driven, right? And then you start building. Like if I start making a little trip to New York to St. Lucia for the St. Lucia Jazz Festival, New York and Florida, because they don't add any extra sections to the airlines, right? So they get crowded. And if you can't get a flight, you can't get a flight. But if I add a private charter, next thing you know, people going down on a nice charter to Trinidad for Carnival.
What about Atlanta to Jerusalem?
I ain't got no business in Jerusalem, brother.
No, but wouldn't that be better? An Atlanta to Jerusalem.
Well, tell you what, it would be better.
You put hotel in there. $3,000.
Hear me out. The only way it'll be better from Atlanta to Jerusalem if they're gonna subsidize my business with some tax dollars, because I think we paying Israel enough tax money, our money, to do what they're doing.
No, but if you go Atlanta to Jerusalem, imagine if you go to the churches in Atlanta, and so next year for Easter, 3 days in Jerusalem.
So you're saying it's so much Christians in the country want to make that pilgrimage?
Of course.
Damn.
Atlanta to Jerusalem.
No, I think for that type of trip, I think the airlines have enough capacity. I don't think a private charter would work going that way.
Mongo, Atlanta to Jerusalem, the Black Jesus, the Black Jesus, discovering Jesus.
Maybe Chicago to Jerusalem.
No, Chicago to Mecca. You have a lot of Muslims who don't do the Hajj yet.
A connecting flight. It's a direct flight.
A direct flight to Mecca for Hajj.
Chicago,
Chicago to
Atlanta,
Mecca.
Tel Aviv, Mecca.
Yeah.
You know, you have the same plane, you route the same plane and drop off passengers. Oh my God. Now the ideas are flowing. No, but no, listen, the reason why I'm saying this is because it's sorely needed. This is the next step that we have to really obtain.
Yeah, but nobody not paying $2,000. That's a problem, Jay.
No. Well, you know, listen, there was a time when only the elite was flying, okay? There was a time when poor people can't fly, you know?
No, listen.
With airline
We're
costs,
Jamaica.
I'm an advocate for that. I'm an advocate for poor people staying the fuck home. Because let me tell you something. The business is a high cost structure, and they have figured out that, okay, if we market all of these seats, then maybe we could make our money back. But this is where it goes wrong, and this is where one airline fails. Well, more than one. All of the big ones already. My airline, TWA, is gone under. Pan Am, all of the ones I worked for is gone, right? And the other big three is gone. Eastern gone, right?
The Union skill Pan Am. The Union skill Pan Am. Everybody knows.
Well, Pan Am is still the training facility. They have simulators that you can do type ratings and stuff. So that part has always been around, and
yeah,
that's
but
the only
Union skill Pan Am. Pan Am was the Union skilled Pan Am. Everybody know that.
No, Pan Am, no, it's not the union, man. Pan Am did some suicidal pricing. Back after deregulation, Pan Am said, I know what we'll do. We will price below cost, and we will get all of these people out the market. So now they started pricing below cost, and then discount airlines start popping up. And so they priced themselves right out the market. They couldn't recover. They had hotels and all kinds of shit all over the world. You know, so
Pan Am used to be that baby blue color. You see it on the
it was Pan American, man. That was the I wanted to work for them. I ended up working for their flight training facility, and it was a dream. You know, yeah, it was. But we as a people, we need this. We need the air service.
Okay, so Mongo tell you one charter flight. Atlanta to New York, and then to Kemet.
That was TWA flight, JFK to Cairo. That was the TWA, man. That was my airline. I worked for TWA for years.
JFK to Cairo. How much black people you think? Everything is everything. Mongo, how much Kemet do you think we can get? You think there's 200 of them?
Hell, now you can't make a business on that. They are making the little prices for their little groups, and they're planning the group along. But that's the idea: having a private group. And even if I was to go after them, it'll have to be a good proposal, because their price structure, it looks like it's about the same. I think they're paying about $4,000 or $5,000. And it's not just the airfare. Well, it's going along with the accommodations also. But,
the accommodations they can get cheap, because if you go to any hotel and say, listen,
right,
I'm going off season. Let's say, how many rooms can I get for 4 nights, 5 nights?
Right. So the lion's share is the airfare. That's where they charge the people at, right? And if we could have a private charter that could reduce that price and get the customers, we could take that customer. The major airline ain't gonna feel it. It ain't gonna feel them 2 or 3 commission, Egyptomaniacs, you know. But it'll be a complete business for us, and we could grow from there. That's the big thing. We could grow from there, but we need to have. I mean, it's bad enough. We should have all the southern states. According to, I was talking about the church leaders. We supposed to have all these slave states were supposed to be black states. Yeah, we could still be part of the Union.
You see, Reggie said 980 from JFK to Cairo, right? If 980 from JFK to Cairo,
and that's on a carrier, and that's on a bullshit seat, on a with your legs pressed together, pushing against another seat in front of you.
No, but then be carried. Be using something like what JetBlue use. Those seats on JetBlue not bad. They're kind of roomy. JetBlue has some of the roomier seats. Spirit is the worst in terms of seat.
Yeah.
American Airlines not bad.
No, United 777 service from Newark to Narita. That's a great service for like everybody on board.
And the seats good.
And that's 777 though. 777 service.
That's how much a 777 hold? About 320?
Not that much. Oh no.
Isn't 777 a big plane?
Yeah, it's a big one. But is it over 300?
Yeah, it's supposed to be about 300.
You sure you ain't talking about you sure you ain't talking about 787? Oh, 777?
No, I'm mixing it up. 777 not that big. I was mixed up with the 777.
It's big, but it's a wide body, but it's not. You ain't gonna get you're not gonna get more than 300 seat configuration in a 777. Normally, what they're gonna do is have very good seats and charge more for the tickets. You see, they'll have each booth.
268 passengers.
There you go. That's about that sounds like about.
And it's have a range of 8,000 miles. That means they could fly from here to.
That's right. Nonstop. It'll get you from Newark to Narita, or some various places in the world. Nonstop.
Yeah.
Right. Good range on that.
Yeah. 280 seats. If you charge $1,000 a seat, that would be 280,000.
The type of trip to Africa that I'm talking about for us is going to be built and marketed where it's going to be, this type of airfare is going to be the travel there. The travel back should be at a premium in terms of the marketing. And so that service got to be delivered on point. So when you have a black operation running air service from the New World to Africa, encouraging business and trade.
I said that you give it start. You have a 777, 280 seats, right?
Oh,
you're going to Liberia.
Love to start with a 777. That's what I'm talking about now.
You're going to Liberia, right? You're going to include a hotel and airfare because you have to skim a little bit.
First we got to build a resort on Liberia. We got to build a resort first. I don't know what they got there. I was just using it as an example because it was Americans that started the country.
Okay, let's say a resort is there. Let's say a resort is there already. And you're going to use them. You're going to say, listen, I need 200 rooms for 290 passengers because at least 60% of them come in with partners.
Right.
You end up getting the rooms at about $70 a room.
Right.
$50 a room because it's not all inclusive. All inclusive, all season, you can get a room for $100.
Right. And then, of course, if a trip going to, Ghana to return home and we could network with people like Professor Small. I believe he has a little hotel there. You can network with other people who is already trying to do, because it's got people older than us already. Vision. They just haven't seen the vision for the airfare because many in our community is not involved with that profession. So,
but you want to charge people, Jim, between $3,000 and $4,000 a trip.
Yeah, I know it's gonna. I know I ain't gonna. I don't want to price myself out this business before it starts.
Yes, that's a price I see, because everything add up. That's $300 or $400, $3,000 or $4,000 a trip to travel in style. How many people have $3,000 or $4,000 disposable income?
And that's the kind of system I want to build, that people understand, number one, they're traveling in more style than they can get in any carrier, in any regular carrier, right? You're not just getting stuffed in like a car sardine anymore. You're flying on a private charter, right? Private charters are not subject to the same type of rules as airlines or even public charters. You got to understand what I'm saying. These ideas is what people have not tried yet. I'm in the business. I know what kind of works.
You have to pay upfront to get the plane?
Say again?
Do you have to pay upfront to get the plane? Or do
Yeah. Well,
on consignment?
let's say
Can I get an airplane on consignment? Meaning that on the day off,
no, it's even
I
worse
made a
than that.
final payment.
A public charter, you will even have to get a surety bond, right? In about maybe $50,000 just to run a public charter. But you see, a private charter wouldn't have that restriction. You see?
So how much money would you have to come up with to get the airplane?
You got to pay, I believe, up to most of the deals, you'll have to pay up to about 80% within a month of when you use that type of a lease, right? And then prior to it going, you've got to come up with that money, right? But by that time, all your members in your private charter has already paid for their tickets, and that's not a problem. You see, that's the beauty of it. So it's something to explore, and it's something, as I get closer to retirement, it's something that's on my mind because I know no one else is doing it, you know? And
that's another question I was going to ask you. Since nobody else is doing it, right? It's easy to break into a business that other person has done, to pick the head and say, what was the main restriction? What was the main difficulty you face? But this is now going to be a new business. So therefore, you look at, if you look at the airplane alone, the fuel, the airplane, the airport fees, the insurance, all of that, you're looking at a minimum about $200,000 to $250,000 for that round trip.
Nah, your biggest cost you don't mention. Is that a fuel? Other than the aircraft crew maintenance, your fuel is going to be the big cost, right?
Yeah, that's why I said the round trip, $250,000.
Right. So your slot times, whatever slot times you arrange with the destination, and what type of you could always lease or even make an arrangement for your gate agents and stuff like that locally. Every airport would have them. You know, you could use another airline. You could make a deal. Hey, you got to move this flight, or receive this flight, and work the airplane or whatever, and you could make a deal with other personnel, other companies that's on the field, even for commissary and all of that, right? But yeah, those incidentals, some are variable, some are not. You know.
So wouldn't it be bigger? It wouldn't be easy if you got bigger. Wouldn't the bigger you got, the better? Like the new,
that's precisely
the new
right.
Airbus, Airbus that can carry 450 people.
And all you have to do is meet the seat marketing requirements. All you got to do is start developing the market and getting those seats filled. And at the end of the trip, you make your money and you're ready to do it on another destination and start growing. That's the whole thing. Everything starts, a lot of people want to start real big, but that's not the way things go. Things start small and then it grows. That's the natural order.
So you would start with what?
I'm trying to start with one
trip.
That's right.
And the airplane capacity?
Like if it's a 777, if it's over 200, you can make money. You can make money on, and I don't even have to start with Africa.
We don't have the link. That's a problem. If we had the link, more people would be on the show.
Listen, not only that, and I don't even have, my plan is not even to start with Africa. My plan is to start in the backyard where we're from. My plan is to start right in the Caribbean. It's got enough events in the Caribbean that Americans attend that we could make a business out of it with aviation. There was a company out of New York called Apple Vacations. That's how they used to do it, marketing seats. All right, marketing seats. The aircraft crew, maintenance, and insurance is all one bundle price with the leaseor, and they just sell their seats. They would go to Punta Cana. They used to love the Dominican Republic, New York to Punta Cana or Puerto Plata, and they would fill their seats up, make money on one trip or two trips a season. And it's there for us now because I got that capability now. So now I'm just trying to make it grow.
So like smaller trips, like to Punta Cana from where? From
anywhere here, from anywhere stateside. But you have to go to where there's people who want to travel to the DR, like Dominicans and Americans. And, believe it or not, there's a lot of white Americans that go to the DR because of the sex and all of that. And the bordellos, right? But there's a lot of brothers and sisters is connecting with the DR now. And they go to San Francisco.
But like the charter flight to the DR, isn't it more expensive than normal commercial flight?
Yeah, it'll be more, but you'll be getting much more service for the trip.
You mean service on the airplane?
Yeah, number one, security is going to be a different security structure, right? I don't know if you've ever seen how to go on a charter at the airport, but it's a whole different deal, right? And now on the airplane, the commissary is different, and the music and all of that is different than what you would have on a commercial flight.
So you want to set up a flying party bus then?
That's what I'm talking about. You know how niggas are.
So you're appealing to the love of dancing and singing.
And you want us just to stay with hymns and verses.
James is a low-down racist. James is a low-down racist.
I know.
Reggie believed that the tours to Egypt are overpriced.
But it very well could be. I know that what's the airfare? I know we had a better price back in the day from JFK to Cairo from TWA. That wasn't bad at all. I would see a lot of my people interlining. A lot of white people, they would interline, and I gave the story about a captain but got busted. A TWA captain got busted with contraband coming out of there, and he used to do it on the regular. So it was a busy flight. I'm not Tel Aviv too. I'm talking, these were full flights on TWA. Cairo, FK Cairo, JFK Tel Aviv, those were full flights. So, yeah, there's a market there, for sure. There's a market in East Africa, and there's a market in West Africa. Central Africa to the US is not a thing yet, but it has to be built. It's got to be built, and we got to build it. You know why? I'm going to tell you why we got to build it, right? Because white Europeans and Americans already have the capability, and they will not even for the business opportunity, they will never build it for us. Not that, because the type of economic development that people and communities and regions get from air travel, I don't think.
Air Ghana is looking good. Ghana just launched Air Ghana. And Rwandan air is looking good.
Mhm.
Because the Chinese gave Rwanda a beautiful airport. And I think they got a couple Airbus A300. I think
Mhm.
they have a couple. And they're
Yeah.
doing well. Right?
Yeah, yeah. Rwanda is becoming quite the jewel.
Right? You are talking about a business that the entry level, if you're going into ownership or even leasing the airplane, the entry level is humongous.
Hmm.
Right? You're talking about, let's say you're talking about you need some NBA players. If you have if you have 10 million, you can go in the airplane business. 10 million. Because that will allow you to lease about 3 or 4 airplanes for a year. Because it would lease you. Some
Well,
might be new, some might be older.
my
Right?
business plan is quite confidential, but yeah, I am not. I'm not opposed to showing some, some people, because let
Yeah.
me tell you, it's gonna have NBA basketball in Africa. I'm just trying to get ahead of this curve. There is going to be travel with us back and forth to Africa, right? It's not here now, but it will be here. And we got to bring it here. That's the thing. So from our pool, we've got to get people involved with tourism, with travel, and accommodation, and making things work for our people. I can't have the type of people that they got working at the airport ticket counter. Oh man, we got.
So wouldn't it be easier, as Reggie said, Reggie was in the tour business. Wouldn't it be easier to organize tours in the beginning, yet use commercial flights? Couldn't you go to the commercial flight and get cheaper tickets based on the fact that
No,
I need
but I could go to a charterer and do the same thing too, and get a private charter and start off that way instead of leasing it myself. I could do that too. But the thing to build the clientele, that's where we can get this community better mobilized. We can get this community, because listen, the fact of the matter is, people's earning power is improving in this community. All right, especially conscious people are learning how to hustle a little bit better. A lot of people are in business for themselves as opposed to looking for that salary, or being an employee all the time. So we've got some growth potential, and it's happening. We just got to keep up with it, right? And aviation is not something that is that's well, right now it is. Of course, there's no black aviation companies, but except for in some companies in Africa, and even they are being funded. The aircrafts are being
let me
funded.
ask Reg a question because Reg was in the tour business. Reg,
Mhm.
how willing are our people to participate in black organized tours? And are they willing to pay a premium? We're giving them the best. We're carrying them to not really the best, because the best don't make it. Let's say you get somebody into a 3-star hotel, which is a good hotel. A 3-star hotel is a nice hotel. Are people willing to pay for accommodation, airfare, and round trips? If you set up a tour for $5,000 to somewhere nice for 6 days, airfare, hotel accommodation, tickets, see the sites, how are
and
people willing to
and
pay?
maybe all inclusive accommodations. That's normally a hit when people go for when our people, we look for that all inclusive. I'm
Mm.
telling you, my sister had her wedding in Montego Bay, because my sister's in the press. Okay, my sister works for Good Morning America. She's a news writer, and when she got married, my father was going to have the wedding over at the boathouse at Central Park, but too many people, we know too many people, and too many people is going to try to come to the boathouse in Central Park, and that's going to be too much of a bill. So they have the wedding in Jamaica. Nobody's Jamaican. The husband is not Jamaican. My sister is not Jamaican. But we had it at the Wyndham, and it was set up really nice out there. And only people who wanted to go could, came, but it was still crowded.
You mean Wyndham Rosal in Montego Bay? You went to Wyndham Rosal?
In Montego Bay, yeah.
That's a nice hotel.
Yeah, it was good. And it was good. It was a good venue for her wedding back in 2003, and the point I was trying to make is
how many days you guys spend there? How many days did you all spend?
Oh, I think it was I stayed there. The tour was for 6 days for her wedding.
So you end up spending like $1,500 airfare and hotel, or $2,000? She had it in a package, and I think it was a little bit over 2,000 for the package for everybody. I think it was a little bit over $2,000. So
now here's the point I was trying to make. Wyndham is a 4-star. The only 5-star in the Caribbean is in Nevis.
No, there's a 5-star in Jamaica. I'll tell you what's his name.
No, Nevis got the 4 Seasons.
Yeah, but
the Queen. The Queen used to go down to that.
Yeah, there's a 5-star. There's 2 5-stars in Jamaica.
Well, here's the point I was trying to make. The reason why I'm saying it's all inclusive is my brother, the older brother, his wife was working for Lufthansa, and they got airfare. So he's trying to call himself cheap and say he's not going to get the all inclusive. But when he had 3 children at the time. So when the first morning come around, he sit down for breakfast, and it's over $100, right?
Yeah.
So now going out. I think it was for the 5 of them. He started saying, he started finding me every time I'm eating now to get the all-inclusive so he could sit with me. And I said, look at that. That wasn't your plan? That was, I said, you can't be trying to look for me every time you got to eat. But no, all-inclusive is the better way to go for this type of planning, That way everybody feels are taken care of.
Yeah, because even when I go down, if I'm staying at a hotel, I go for the all-inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be honest, if you carry the wife 2 days, you're on vacation, so you're not eating at McDonald's on Jamaica on vacation, right? On vacation, you're going to a nice restaurant, wine and all of that bullshit. The hotel that I love in Jamaica is a hotel named Grand Palladium. It's in Negril.
Oh yeah, I stayed at the Rio in Negril a subsequent time after the wedding. Because I go to Jamaica every now and then.
Right. I went to my favorite hotel is Grand Palladium. Like they have that hotel have 6.
Oh yeah, that's near to hedonism.
Yeah, it has 6 top-level restaurants. So if you go there 6 nights, you go to 6 different wonderful restaurants, right?
Yeah.
And when you go there, it's like the food is good, because if you go out to the wife,
you go with the wife, it'll be great.
If you go to the wife to a nice restaurant, you're spending $200 easy. Easy. So if you add that up just for dinner, for 4 nights, that's $1,000.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? That don't include breakfast. And then breakfast is good at hotels breakfast. I'm not talking the shitty breakfast that you go to.
No, the chef making the eggs and thing like you want it, man. Come on.
Yeah. We're not talking breakfast like when you go to what is like a hotel name? These like $75 a night hotel with continent. We're not talking continental breakfast.
Right.
We're talking if you go up to them, it's egg whites only.
Right.
And an omelette with egg whites only and top class coffee and
that's right.
Right. And then you can get lunch, and then liquor is unlimited.
And here's the thing, and it's right in our backyard. The Caribbean is right in our backyard, and we could build up. We could build up to Africa because it's got a big contingency in the Caribbean that wants to connect with Africa too. Yeah. You know, so what I'm saying is, because of the economic value of aviation, it is a desired accommodation or desired service for any community. Any major community you would see, that's how they compete. Right?
Reg, hold on a second. Hold on, James. Hold on. Reg, for that trip you described, a trip to Egypt should be Giza, Saqqara Museum, and 2 days trip. Let's say hotel and food included. How much would you say a trip like that should cost, right? 4,000?
I would say so. What Reg say?
Him don't hear it yet. As soon as he does. So how much would a trip like that cost? The one that you put up, Reg?
Yeah, that's all. That was all the good stuff right there. But you described.
Yeah, well, how much would? But with air,
decent accommodations, you know, and a fantastic air trip, a safe and fun air trip that that our people can, you know, can appreciate. Right now, when I travel, I see a lot of, now there's a lot of us traveling airfare, and a lot of us are on pins and needles because the last couple of years, you got white folks are acting crazy on these airplanes, right? They going off. And so, yeah, it's just safety away from all that too. You know, I came from Las Vegas. I ended up driving because of my schedule, but I went for Kwanzaa with my wife and some friends. They were going to the Usher. Usher was opening his tenure over there. And it's hot. That Usher show in Vegas is hot right now. But it's only Vegas to Phoenix, right? So I dropped them off when we were leaving. I dropped them off at the airport in Vegas, and I started heading out. I dropped them off maybe 2 hours early for their flight, reasonable. I started heading back to Vegas and got to the crib before my wife got dropped off home. You know, because you got security, you've got the wait at the gate, then you got...
Reg, I don't have the link. I don't know the link, and I don't have Shefford number to call him. I just came on the show and everybody went to sleep except me and Noriega James. But $1,280 plus food, you're not making any money then, Reg.
That's a good price for the Caribbean.
No, that's for Egypt.
That's just for the airfare plus food?
No, that's airfare
that's
plus
accommodations
food.
Too?
I don't think.
No, that sounds like the price for a nice private charter.
Listen, you want to teach our people how to travel in style, James.
That's right. Back in the day, you couldn't even dress. You can't be dressed odd going into first class back in the day. You know, when Howard Hughes owned TWA, you couldn't. I mean, even back when TWA closed, even employee, we couldn't be traveling first class, going in there with sneakers or nothing. No, you had to be dressed to the T.
I remember back in the day when people used to go to England on British Airways.
Yeah.
It used to be suits. Somebody going, yeah. It has to be suits.
Yeah, now it's all dumbed down, man. You know, shorts and flip-flops and tank tops.
No, because you have to go to TSA. Listen, when I'm traveling now, I have on slippers. I have on a sweatsuit bottom.
No, I'm too habitual in it.
I have a sweatpants on, and I have on a t-shirt, a white wife beater t-shirt.
Listen to me, Stuppies. If there's an emergency, You see that rub? Do you see that crepe sole you got on your slippers? If there's a fire, that's the first thing burning off your foot.
If there's a fire in the sky, if there's a
That's the
fire
last
in
thing
the
you're worried
sky,
about?
that's the
You're gonna be
last
worried
thing
about
I'm
fire.
worried about. I am lying back in that seat and getting some sleep. If there's a fire in the
Well, with
sky.
my nice, I try, but the only drawback is I gotta take off my boots every time I get to the security, unless I get pre-checked.
Right, I have
But I normally put on a leather sole boots when I travel. When I work flying, when I fly, I have a leather sole boots on. It's just habit. It's just habit. It's just like a basketball player will put on his sneakers.
no, no. You think about it. I hate going through. When I travel now, I know I just have. There's no check-in bag. Even if I go into Jamaica, I have two bags on me.
Uh-huh.
The one on my back and a little bag, because I cannot deal with the bullshit anymore. I cannot.
No, and and I'll tell you, and places like Miami and JFK, there's so much lost luggage, it's best to carry on, it's best to have your carry on. But I know, like my wife, she can't have carry on. We could be going someplace for 3 days and she had to check these bags, so I don't know. I travel with carry on. But if I gotta check hers, I might as well check mine sometimes. Then you gotta wait a baggage claim.
It's not only baggage claim either. It's not only baggage claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not only baggage claim. It's just the bullshit that is associated with it, the dogs and the this and the that.
Well, I'm foreseeing, ground networking with ground transportation, meeting, you could meet your charter plane right on the tarmac. A lot of us never travel like that, and you're getting your ground transport
to go around to the back room by immigration and customs. There's nothing in your bag, but the dog might just walk past and look like he gave a faint hint. You have to go around to the back room. No, not into that bullshit. I don't even wear drawers when I travel. So when I go through the X-ray machine with that gray sweatsuit pants on, I know that person directly.
What I start doing as a young man, I start traveling with my military uniform to Trinidad, and I walk right through diplomat and the empty diplomat line. But when I know how to travel now, I see Bonnie Whaley traveling to Trinidad. He had something going on, and I was arriving at the same time. I like how that man traveled. That man traveled like a king. I learned something from him. Bonnie Whaler, man, I said, oh yeah, I have to travel right there. He had an entourage, but the way he carried himself through that airport there.
Bonnie Whaler want a haircut.
I'm talking
Reg send me a link.
I'm talking back in 93.
Reg, James, check your email. Reg send me a link.
Oh, Reg sent me something?
Yeah, link.
Oh yeah, here it is.
No man, Sonic, when I traveling now, I'm on a short gray sweatsuit bottom. Sweatsuit pants, short pants, the gray sweatsuit, but mine reach to my knee. And I'm full commando with a little t-shirt on and a little flip-flop. I am not going to take off the belt, the wallet, all of that bullshit, nothing like that.
Yeah, look at this. Look at Reggie got this. This is a nice 4 to 5 star. Yeah, it looks like it's going for about 15, 16, per traveler.
$1,600 a traveler?
Yeah, let me see the duration. Let me see.
Can you put it up? I don't know if you can share the screen. Because your name is. Yeah, you should be able to share the screen.
Let's see here. I should be able to.
How many days?
I didn't see it. I switched off. I was looking for it. I didn't see it yet. Uh-oh.
Why
Running.
the disrespect, Wabfo? Wouldn't Reggie be the ideal person? If it's to Egypt, would you prefer to go to Egypt with Reggie or with Jabari? Do you want to speak
No.
with the ancestors, or do you want to know the history?
First of all, I respect. I don't like Cornell too much. I don't even like the word Africana. I was asking a question on another chat we had on this channel, and I was saying, what's the difference between Africana studies
and African
and Americana studies? Because they seem to define Americana differently than they define Africana. That's why I don't even like the word. So I respect Reggie's scholarship when it comes to these streets here, and me, my improvement in terms of the knowledge. Yeah, then no doubt about that. Let me see.
Okay. Reggie says it's a 5-day trip. Can you bring it up?
So that I'm looking to see which mail I got it in here. I could find it. Don't worry, I could find it. I'm on my iPad. I was looking at the mail on my phone, and I'm trying to see if it came through yet. CEO mail. Right here. Maybe all inbox. Here you go. Rap marketing. Here it is. And I'm going to bring it up here. And once I bring it up, share content. Okay. You see my screen?
Yes, see your screen. See your screen.
Let me see here then. Here goes the link right here.
Then
so you're seeing this, right?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. You seeing all of this?
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. So he said, this is what okay, so 4.6 to 5. That's some good ratings on the hotel. And then here it is right here. Per traveler includes flight plus stay. It's this is a $3,000, a little bit over a $3,000 trip.
That's our trip for two.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so even if you're alone going, it's still $3,000.
And then the Marriott, and that's 25. Well, nice places in Cairo. Let me see what they have here. So this is the Intercontinental, for instance. All right, let's see the amenities. There you go. All right, so you can see that.
You're right. This is not all inclusive. You get breakfast, probably some continental breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the food. So although it's work out to like $2,500 each.
Uh-huh.
When you have lunch or something else, if you go somewhere nice to eat, it's going to add up 5 days. 5 days you put aside if it's 2 people. 5 days you put aside $600 for food.
The amount of people that respect Reggie in this community, Reggie could probably could fill up a plane by himself.
Most of the country's community broke.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a shame.
You're asking Reggie to perform miracles. You think Reggie hasn't tried? You think that he hasn't tried?
And now that we can cover the airfare, it might be a different attempt. We could wait a minute. We could have a pseudo killer group for the private charter. Right? That's a pseudo killer group and private charter. And what happens is
You know, you probably have to start smaller. Probably you need to start smaller. Um, um, in this group, we have about 100 people who watch it all the time.
Uh-huh.
10 to 15 is from different countries. I'll go as far as say 20 people is from different country out of the
Hmm.
130 who watch it. That it's no well the time code. But like for summer next year, we probably should have a meetup in Atlanta where the store is.
And listen, and the kind of location
Right?
Atlanta,
Right, we should have a
I would
meetup in
love that.
Atlanta where the Suda Killers
Love
Atlanta
that
meetup.
location. I would love that location. You know, Hartsfield is the busiest airport in the world. You know, Delta system, after they bought Northwest, Delta
Mhm.
is huge. But
Right.
Atlanta, but Georgia, Atlanta, that area is huge now for us.
Yeah, Suda Killer need a meetup. What the chat think? Does the chat think that Suda Killer needs a meetup?
Man, I
You
would be
know,
down.
3 days in Atlanta.
I would be down.
Uh,
Yeah, because you know,
we
sometimes,
get one of the best Western or one of the shitty hotels.
yeah, and the kind of synergy that you can create when you know we meet up, that's a whole nother dynamic.
Book the room, get a conference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reggie right with the ticket deal. But it's for two Reggie. So the 1,500 plus two is $3,000. Yeah. Well, get a conference room, put on some talks
Hmm.
for one of the days. A Suda Killer meetup. Reggie's a planner. We probably can't get Reggie to plan it. What do you think, Reggie? Suda Killer's meetup.
Especially long range planning. That's what it's all about.
We should be able to get 50 people.
That's a good step right there.
If you can't get 50 people to attend a Suda Killer meetup, you guys need to stop watching the channel. All of us need to stop watching the channel.
Yeah, it should be able to accomplish that. But it's with the right words, with the right words, with the right action, with the right type of interaction. We could get that easily. And then that can grow from there. You know, I get you guys to come down to Atlanta. You guys watch Stu Peas walk on water. They might see miracles.
Yeah, tell the truth, yeah. Yeah, might have to go walk on water and show you guys how it's done. Yeah, I can walk on ice water.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I figure out how to walk on ice water. No need to figure out how to walk on boiling water. That's the trick. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? When knowledge is born, as the 5% say in my neighborhood, knowledge is born. You know, we can make that happen. We just have to have that intention. I go down to Atlanta a lot, as a matter of fact. I didn't know Unc was down there until earlier this year, and I was
Have you
down
been have you
this year.
been to the store?
No, I haven't been to the store. I didn't know he had a brick and mortar.
Yeah, he has a brick and mortar. I've been to Atlanta twice. That was before Unc had the shop. Honestly, I hate Atlanta. I
Well,
just
I got a place. I got some a partner. One of my schoolmates from back in the day. My wife go down all the time, but he's moving down there from Maryland, from Columbia. But right out west in a community called Mirror Lake is Villa Rica. It's on I-20. It's got Villa Rica out there and a little community called Mirror Lake, and a nice big crib out there that we hang out when we're down there.
so he's in Whiteland.
No. This is an integrated community.
Mostly Caribbean.
I know I have cousins living in Villarica.
Yes,
Trinidad.
it's mostly Caribbean people down there. So that's what I tell you,
Yeah, but,
Caribbean and white people.
but it's not really out in the side roads where all those country folk, all those hayseeds and like what you call them, you know the guy from Dog Patch. We used to read the cartoon in Trinidad and Jamaica and stuff. Remember how you called them again? Lil Abner. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got a lot of people like Lil Abner all down there near the Chattanooga and northwest Georgia. But no, this is now west central, going down towards Alabama on 20.
Who is Wabfong? Wabfong, why are you typing in full caps? Why are you shouting? Why are you typing in full caps? What is the message you want to get across to Reggie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, trust me.
I think he's only joking with that backpack tour, man. I think this fella is only joking with that backpack tour. He's messing
No,
with
man. He's been messing for like the last 10 messages.
I think he's only joking with that backpack.
Yeah, turn off the YouTube in the back. Yeah. So what should he call it? Wab Funk? Should he call it Platinum Tours, Gold Teeth Tours?
Ooh, now we're talking. See, this is the areas that we have to do the heavy lifting, especially, these are the kind of things that make or break, things, how you the symbols you use, the logos, the terminology, the names, what we trademark. But platinum tour, I thought it was a platinum tour to Italy or something, man. Mm-hmm. But that's the idea, though, Jungle.
Oh, Reggie have a range, so Reggie can take care of it.
If we like for instance, if we were marketing to old white women in England, we would call it the Jungle Fever Tour. Yeah, but that's the idea, coming up with this type of strategy. It's you strategize.
Probably wanted you to call it the book bag tour. Instead of the backpack, the book bag tour, to say it's a study tour.
And it's very poor. Liberia is very poor, but the reason I'm interested in Liberia is because back in the day, these white people from the American Colonization Society got with some free brothers in Maryland, and then they called this little organization the Maryland Colonization Society, and they went over and they started a little thing called the Republic of Maryland, and it was close to Cote d'Ivoire. It was the other near the border, but it was away from Monrovia, and it was a separate country. So when Liberia became a country, that community had an American community in Monrovia and everything merged with the American community in this Republic of Maryland, and that's how they came up with this Liberia.
Yeah, but this is the other thing you need to recognize. Many of the descendants of Black Americans who went to Liberia, I'm not talking all of them, but quite a few number of them, returned back to America. I'm not talking that time. I'm talking within the last 20, 30, 40 years. Mass migration of Liberians came back to America.
Well, there's a lot of American intertwined in their hierarchy and everything now too, in government and in leadership and in all through the country.
What was the warlord name? the one of
The
American
one
descent.
from what, 99? I think what was the last war? 99 or so?
Yeah, what was the warlord's name? What was his name?
I,
The one who became president.
I can't remember.
Andrew Taylor. Andrew Taylor.
Right, and I know he had ties with American heritage.
He's of American descent.
Right.
Andrew Taylor is of an American descent, right? And a lot during that war, a lot of black people of American descent who could prove that they were of American descent were allowed to seek refugee in America.
Mm-hmm.
So many of the Liberians came back to America and they have not been back to Liberia.
Right, but I sometimes I don't like to operate so low down from the flow down. Now, here's what's going on in Liberia, right? You see, Firestone had the biggest rubber manufacturing in the world out there, right? And since that war, it was a few wars, but of course, people wasn't getting their fair share. Now, yes, they do have individual farmers now, and they're selling that rubber to Firestone, but they still have the biggest plant out there because a lot of people use Firestone rubber to make their own tires, right? But that's the game there. It's a big manufacturing.
Yeah. Thank you, Kwabe. I said Andrew Taylor. It's Charles Taylor. I don't know why I mixed up Charles and Andrew. And is that true African resistance? Is that true that they're offering citizenship to folks with the DNA from there right now? Whoa. Oh.
You're Jamaican, you will always mix up Charles and Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, the old English names. But I know that it was Taylor. I kind of like him, although he was a mass murderer and a warlord or a lord of war. Charles Taylor.
Yeah, but of course,
is he in prison? Isn't Charles Taylor in prison? Isn't he at the Hague for war crimes?
I don't know.
Kawika. Is he at the Hague for war crimes now?
All I know is this: if you look at the location of where I'm talking about, not Monrovia, but where it used to be the Republic of Maryland, a little bit east of Monrovia. This is the peak. It's like the point where there could be such a resort for us. I'm not talking about one of their resorts. I'm talking about one of ours that we built from the ground up. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a Marriott or Hilton. They're gonna want to buy it. They're gonna want to buy us out. When they see us doing good, they're gonna want to buy us out. But this is when we gotta hold strong. We can't do like the Negro League and sell it like 40 acres and a mule, because they're gonna destroy us when we do it. Right? They wait until we build it and then they'll try to take it over. But what I'm saying is sustainability. We got to get something that we can sustain. And a resort in this area, I bet the water is nicer than a mug too. I don't know for a fact. I haven't been there. But I just look at it from Google Earth and I look at that area. The area where what was formerly the Republic of Maryland. And it's right, I think it's near the Côte d'Ivoire. And all the streets are American names there. All the streets. But there's little poor streets. I mean, there's nothing there. And that's why I'm saying it's prime. If you go to Nevis and St. Kitts, if you go to the 5-star Four Seasons on Nevis, everything around it is abject poverty. And then you have this 5-star resort in the islands that's like Shangri-La, you know? So I'm not afraid that
New City. Have you seen the plans for Akon City? Akon have this very futuristic plans. It almost look like Dubai.
Yeah, I know he's got some backings I was concerned about too.
The Chinese backings? It has to be Chinese.
Is it Chinese that's backing him? I thought it was
the Chinese. The Chinese gave him $1 billion in credit for his solar system setup.
Yeah, I was trying to deal with my Chinese people, but they don't want to go that route yet. They so caught up on America. They can't even listen. No Chinese student on F1 M1 can come into my flight school right now. And that's why I was talking about retirement. My client,
no Chinese can come to your flight school right now?
No, they can't even come into the country. They can't come through a point of entry. So it ain't easy. You know,
are Chinese being blocked from coming into the United States?
Yeah, so I came up with a proposal to my to the people I deal with, China Southern Airlines, and I came up with a proposal. Well, I could take my operation to an African country, because listen, I still want to keep making my money with these Chinese, and they are so caught up on having their people come here because it's all their marketing. They don't want to market sending their flight students to Africa to learn.
No, because it's about where they get the certification.
Right.
It's about where you certify them on. What size? What plane?
No. You know, the best they get here is I talked about the C-12. The civilian version is the King Air, and that's where they get the high. When they move up to the high performance, that's where they get the high performance before they go back to China. So they start.
So you basically teach them instrumentation and all of that.
Start off in the Cessna to learn how to fly because it's more efficient. It's a cheaper operating cost, and it teaches them the partial panel. All right. So when they learn all of the basic attitude instrument flying on the Cessna, then for the multi-engine and commercial license and the ratings, what they do is they move up to a twin engine, light twin, like a Piper Seminole. So they go from a Cessna to a Piper Seminole, and then from the Piper Seminole, they go to the King Air, and then it's back to China. So by the time they get to King Air, they get their multi-engine, commercial, multi-engine rating, commercial license, and a high performance endorsement. And that's the basic high performance and complex endorsement. And that's the basic requirements that they would need to go back to their airline and start training on the line.
So you don't train jets?
No.
Because I see where Quantum, the airline, not Quantum. What is the airline out of Saudi Arabia name? Saudi Air? They use this small jet from Embraer to teach your pilots jets. This Embraer 100, you know it? The Embraer 100. It's a small jet.
100. I know the 200, the CRJ. You know,
the Embraer is a good plane. Out of Brazil.
Embraer, Brazil, Canada for Bombardier. These companies are building some good regional jets, right? But here's the thing, there's not too much teaching going on in the jet. By the time if you get to a jet, you're training to do your job in that jet. You already know how to fly, you know, and you're training in that aircraft. But most likely you could do the training. You get hired and you do the training on the line with a captain. So there's no flight instruction going on in these jets. They use those jets for regional travel, and they train their crew when they get on the line. But that's after the crew member knows how to fly and he's got his ratings and license in his pocket. That's how that works.
How many Black students come to your school? Do you offer scholarships?
No, and none, zero. Like I said, my clientele was exclusively Chinese. But I'm proposing to them that I want third-party business. I want to market towards African students, because just think, even in like a poor country like Liberia, you've got one or two, you got a couple of people, Liberians, who's working for Firestone. They're making pretty good money and they're having families and they want their children to have some better opportunities, but you're not going to have it there. You see? And these are the people who want to, send their kids to programs such as this when they have the wherewithal. But it ain't easy,
No, I know that it isn't easy. When I was much younger, I had the bright idea that I'm going to learn to fly. And like the cost to learn to fly, it is prohibitive for Black children.
Yes.
It's very prohibitive because, like, just even how much hours in a Cessna? How much hours do you recommend in a Cessna before you move up to a twin engine?
40 hours.
40 hours. How much dollars an hour with a certified pilot? Aircraft and everything.
There you go. You see, and if I was to combine the instructor plus the plane and you get the plane wet, which is fuel and maintenance, but right. So yeah, you're talking about
$500.
The cheapest place, it might be about $150, $60 per hour in that airplane.
It's $160 per hour in that airplane. That's not bad.
For the 40 hours.
That's not bad. So for the 40 hours, we're looking at about $7,000.
Right. And now you got to factor in, weather. You got to factor in, that's if the student is learning the first time. Now, what drives that price up? If a student doesn't learn the lesson, because remember, people have to learn to a certain standard, and the standard is measurable. So if a student doesn't meet that standard, he has to have extra training. So that's why it's going to easily go over the 7. The 7,000 is doing the math if everything goes, if the student is learning and progressing normally on every flight and everything goes well. All
right. So that's 40 hours for introduction. Then all right. Let's say
a better price for that 40 hours, which is the amount for a private pilot certificate, is more like $10,000.
Right, $10,000. Yeah. What about instrumentation? What about night flight? That's how much hours?
Well, part of your private pilot training, you're going to have by law 3 hours at night.
Right.
Right, and 3 hours with instrument training, and 5 hours solo cross country, 10 hours of solo, 20 hours minimum with an instructor. But in that time, you've got to be able to prepare for the check ride and then pass the check ride, or else that's going to be another piece of money again, retraining for the check ride.
So for a single engine Cessna, we're looking at about 15,000, right?
Yeah.
So 15,000. Now we're going to multi-engine. We'll move up to a multi-engine airplane. Because that's the next step. How many hours? 2 hours?
Right. Now the multi-engine aircraft, to get a multi-engine rating is only going to be about 10 hours. But what's got to happen is, the multi-engine aircraft, the minimum instructional price on that is probably going to be around your 300, about twice as much. It's got 2 engines.
That include the airplane and fuel?
Right, and the instructor.
So that's 300 hours for 10 hours?
Yeah, now that's for the rating after you get your private license. Right.
So for multi-engine, just 10 hours?
Yeah, 10 hours will do it in an airplane. Sure. Well, you could do it better than that. You could do 10 hours in a simulator, right? And learn all your procedures so you could minimize the time in the airplane. Because it's only a rating. Multi-engine is not a license, it's a rating. Right?
All right, so now you get multi-engine rating. So let's call it $5,000 for that. So now we're at $20,000. All right. How many hours would you have to fly for an airline to consider you and
Well,
train.
well, now you have to get a commercial certificate.
Right.
Now that's not even the airline transport rating yet. That's the commercial certificate, and now you have to have a total of 250 hours.
In a twin engine.
Not in a twin engine. It doesn't have to be in a twin engine. It's total time now. Because let's say you already have your multi-engine rating, but you need your commercial certificate, which requires a lot of cross-country time, skill building time, right? And
so 250 hours. No,
and
you
then,
don't need an instructor because you
and
already have a pilot
a lot of
right?
commercial maneuvering, right?
Okay, so no, you don't need an instructor because you have your pilot license already, correct? So you can be on your own.
You don't need the instructor to do a lot of the because you need a lot of solo cross-country timing for the
right.
So you don't need an instructor for a lot of the training that you have to do in solo. However, you need the instructor for the license because you have to learn precision maneuvers such as commercial maneuvers, you know, steep turns, steeper angle, slow flight to a only 50 feet instead of 100, to within 50 feet instead of 100. You know, all of these skills have to be improved now, and the instructor has to do that.
So we're looking at about $40,000 for the 250 hours.
Right. So you got so you're looking at that. Well, I could narrow it down to you. The way they build the Chinese, I know for a fact that each Chinese student pays about 80,000.
Yeah, that's what I was going. When you add up the 40,000 plus the earlier 25,000 plus incidental, we're looking at $80,000 for.
That's
to bring it up to a commercial level.
A commercial license, multi-engine rating with instrument rating and a complex and high performance endorsement. We are charging the Chinese student about 80,000 each.
Right. So 80,000. Right. What's the average entry pilot salary?
Less than 80. Well, it's around 80 now. That's what they're making it around 80. So maybe he might get some money back in the first year, but they don't get the payoff. You don't get paid really the big bucks until you get to that left seat where you are the captain.
No, I'm just saying that it'll take you about 5 years before you reach captain, right?
Yeah, that's a good below zone. That's a good I mean, between 5 and 10, let's say.
Yeah, 5 and 10 years before you reach captain, right? So no, $80,000 initial payout. How easy it is to get a pilot job. So I heard that there's shortage of pilots now.
Right, and the shortage was because the entry fee, to answer your question, was, so put it this way, some of these pilots would be pulling up to the gate and the guy driving the commissary truck would be making more than them. All right. Let's say Trans-States that just went out of business. They were having CRJ 200s and little regional jets like that. Their pay was starting at 24,000. For the young pilot, ink is just dry on his certificate, getting his first job. But then, of course, it's going to move up fast.
He's going to move up fast because within a year experience, he's going to jump into somewhere else.
Right. Within a year, he's going to be
60,000.
Right. And then
within 2 years, he's at 70. And he might stay there for 4 or 5 years, 80,000.
Right. Now,
and then within 7 to 8 years, he's in the captain chair.
Remember, I was on the regional carriers for those smaller jets. Now, let's say now this guy, he makes captain in the regional, and now he might be making about 75, maybe 80,000 a year. But now he wants to be in United. So he gets an interview, he gets the job at United, and now he's going to have to take a pay cut. He would have to go down from 90 to about 80 because that's where the majors are starting their first offices, is at about 80 a year.
Right, but within 3 years, he'll be up to 130.
Right, easily. 130,
140, depends on the hours he flies and where he flies.
And then by the time he gets to the left seat as captain, let's say we were talking about a Boeing 777 earlier. Let's say a captain on a Boeing 777. Now you're talking, this guy is going to be making, your good 300 a year easily.
Right. So if a black boy leave high school, get into pilot, by the time he's 35, he'll be making 200,000 a year.
He could be making big money by then.
Right.
But he's got to have a degree.
Yeah, I know. While he's learning his pilot license, gets to the 250 hours, he goes under a degree. He goes to the degree.
Could be online.
The reason why I'm saying that to you, and we're going back to the Nation of Islam. How many pilots have they sponsored?
Well, to their credit, the Nation have approached me before because they are looking to put some of their youth through aviation training. That's fact. So don't think they're doing nothing. Right here in the Mecca for flight training in Phoenix. All right, they approached me with that. Now they didn't follow through, but I know they have a program.
Yeah. Good night, Reg. Big up.
All right, Reg.
What funk? Why are you bullying Reg? Reg don't want to block you. Yeah. So the initial cost are 80,000.
Mm-hmm.
And this, let's say this will take you approximately if you have the money, 2 years. 2 to 2.5 years, 3 years.
Well, yeah, for this kind of program, it's an accelerated program. These kids are flying like it's a job every day. So, yeah, 2 years is long for such a program. It's 16 to 20 months. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 months, 2 years. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they spend 2 years here.
Yeah, my program is designed for 16 months.
So they're flying every day then?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay. Available to fly every day. The weather doesn't permit every day, but
I know, because they got flight school in the days. They got flight school like 2 days a week where they learn the theory. And then they go in the airplane 2 days a week. They basically go to school 4 days a week. You guys work 4 days a week.
Yeah, that was my next set of content. I was thinking about getting a channel to do some ground school, but it's not feasible. It's just not too big of a target audience.
No, no, that is a big target audience. Trust me.
No. When you establish like John and Martha King, like those two old people, they're so boring, but they were back in when they had these little booklets, so it was easy to move into the just like sporty pilots too. They were easier to move into the cyberspace with their training programs. You see, and those are some of the successful ones.
No, what you have, James, is that you're a black man, right? And your audience will find you because there's a lot of black people who want to hear it from you, from a black man. So don't watch what the white people doing. Start it small, half an hour, 2 times a week. Right? Half an hour show 2 times a week, and move on. And then you talk, you explain things. Right? Start small. You're black. We need a black presence in our community. We need black people to explain to us. Black boys like black teachers.
For sure.
And you build a curriculum online and say, this is what I'm going to talk about. You buy a cheap ass camera and you start. With a whiteboard in the beginning until you get versed on the computer, on the iPad with the iPencil to draw pictures and show what you mean when you talk about that. But you started small. And then now when the audience build up, you switch them over to Patreon. So the basic channel now will be this is what we're discussing this week. We're level XYZ, this plane, that plane. And for $10 a month or $15 a month, you can come on Patreon where you'll see exclusive videos where I go more in depth.
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot more people with some content on YouTube and stuff now for ground school and aeronautical knowledge.
Right. They put it on Patreon and people go on Patreon because you can explain it. You can explain it at a technical level that would make people more appreciative. We need more black voices. And as I tell you earlier, I have nothing but respect for you. I might pull your leg and say the path where you take is not a street dude. There's nothing wrong with that. I might pull your leg and say you'd be an ideal resource for the CIA. I'm just pulling your leg.
Well, likewise, because the type of content, man, the premise, the idea of scientific literacy, man, I know it's a factor. It's a factor in what we got to do.
Okay, that's your lane because listen, all right. You know why Jamaica have one of the best sprint teams in the world?
Why is
because
that?
Seen other people do it.
Mm-hmm.
Black people tend to be followers. And when they see one black person do it, black boys recognize that if James do it, I can do it too. If James buy a Ferrari, I can buy a Ferrari too. There's nothing wrong with black boys looking for role models that look like themselves.
Sure.
You're a great role model. You would be a great role model. You're a pilot. That's not something to play with. How many black pilots you had? In Jamaica, we used to have a lot of black pilots because most of these dudes trained with the Jamaica Defense Force, and then they went on to fly Air Jamaica when Air Jamaica was there.
I have friends that was in school in my university. They would come over from Jamaica to attend.
Right. We had a lot of pilots when we had our own airline.
That's
and
right.
Then somehow the government fucked it up, and now we don't have so many pilots because it was almost guaranteed a job. People went to the air wing of the Jamaica Defense Force, our best scientists. They learn to fly fixed wing, they learn to fly helicopters, and then they move on to other jobs. It is what it is.
That's right.
It is what it is.
Get better.
Yeah. But James, it's 3 o'clock.
Not better.
It's 3 o'clock. It was fun pulling your leg. So
yeah.
Time you'll be here calling in Noriega, James. Or Olinar, James. I don't mean not mean bites. I just pulling your leg. All right.
All right. Listen, you have a great evening. It's a great conversation, man.
All right. Okay.
All right. Have a good night.